Donvale have been the vanguard of Division 3 football for the last 3 years. With a record of 50 wins, 8 losses, including 2 grand final appearances, and being premiers in 2023, the accolades that have come their way are rightfully deserved. A victory today will be the culmination of this journey, and hopefully the ascendance to Division 2 would be a fitting reward. That being said, there's a new contender threatening to derail that dream. A club for so many years suffered with a lack of success. And like the Phoenix Rising, Surrey Park have announced themselves as a tour de force, wanting to create their own history and capitalise on their Division 4 grand final success in 2023. It's the clash of the two current premiers as we welcome you to EFNL Game Day, coming to you live on Radio Eastland 98 Point and streaming via our YouTube and Facebook platforms all around the world as we present Division 3 Grand Final Day here at Jubilee Park between Donvale and Surrey Park, with the winner being crowned premiers for season 2024. Good afternoon, I'm your host Wayne Brasher, and what an action-packed pre-match set down for discussion this afternoon as we preview today's grand final, as well as being joined by our feature guests, the respective coaches of Donvale, Kevin Collins, and Surrey Park, James Kenworthy. And the action doesn't stop there, as Premier, Division 1 all have finals actions coming your way as well, in which our team will be all over it. Without further ado, it's time to introduce the panel. One of the foremost analysts in the EFNL, whose opinions are highly respected. It's a warm welcome to you, Matt Lee.
Good afternoon to you, Brush, and all the viewers and listeners. Great to be out here at Ringwood, and well done on the editorial there, Brush. It's set it up for what he's looking for, a tremendous afternoon of football. Really looking forward to it. Crowd building, so much anticipation about this game. I can't wait to get stuck into it.
In what's been a busy day already for him, joining us this afternoon is our media manager, Ryan Lung, and I understand it was a wake-up call at 6 o'clock and here at 7:30 or something, some ghastly hour, mate.
Yeah, it certainly was. Not as quite early as Lee Green, who was here before dawn, but no, it's certainly exciting times, grand finals. The alarm did go off and wake the missus pretty early, but it's all worth it. It's such a massive day. And
I didn't sleep.
No, well, I at least got some sleep in, Lee. I know you don't, but I won't function without it. But, I mean, looking at the weather, perfect. We had great weather in last year's grand finals. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this remains throughout the rest of the final series.
Yeah, we've been blessed, haven't we?
Well, we certainly have. And look at the crowd at the moment. We haven't got that on the screen, but the packed crowd behind the goals, Surrey Park and Donvale playing in the reserves, followed by the senior grand final. So the crowd is already big, which is great to see.
Yeah, and we do have just before we get on, we're basically 12 minutes into the third quarter here, and Donvale 3-8-26 are leading Surrey Park 1-2 out. And it's a bit of a dour struggle out there, isn't it?
They just butchered a set shot from about 15 out before Donvale, so they're keeping Surrey alive. But if you do want to watch that game, of course, we do have that streaming as well.
Gentlemen, it's been an interesting year for both clubs in the fact that it's very rare that we have two grand finalists from the previous year playing off in a grand final. There's a lot of pros and cons for both sides this afternoon. Where do we want to start? Do we look at Surrey Park and as the one challenging for the title? I think we should have a look at them first, because they've had a pretty hard run coming into this semi-final this afternoon, Spider.
Well, they're certainly primed for it. They've had to do it the hard way, and they've gone the long route to the grand final. But they're well prepared. You can just tell that they're going to be up for the fight. And we were talking about it in the preview show yesterday. This has got all the feelings and the emotions, but it actually has a lot of racing parlance about it. I love my horse racing, Brush. And I actually think about the 1986 Cox Plate, Bone Crusher and Waverley Star, because what has happened is these are two teams and clubs going against each other, and I think this is going to come down to right to the last couple of seconds of the game. I just don't think this is going to be determined till very late in the piece, and it's just going to be one of those ones stride for stride the whole way around the track. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to come down with a winner, and it's not going to be determined like that. They're just two heavyweights that are going to really fight it right out. And you talk about the racing parlance. It's the Melbourne Cup right throughout the course of the year is the marathon, is the big race, and all the clubs underneath, they were chasing Donvale for a portion of the year, but then you had Knox that were certainly coming up, and then Knox were overtaken by Surrey Park, and then Surrey Park went on to run, and then everyone was chasing Donvale. But now there's just 2 left standing, and it is that Cox Plate affair. It's just this is the grand stage, and that's what I like about this competition. It's just been so breathtaking the whole season. I mean, Donvale, they've been well placed all year, very physical team. The way that they play, they structure up well. They've got so many avenues to goal. They defend strongly. A lot of experienced players, and they're coming up against a youthful Surrey Park team that just take the game on. They take risk. They dare you. They laterally kick. They cover all the angles up, but their ball transition has just been superb right throughout the final series, and then they score and they put the pressure on you. So I think that has all the elements for what is set for just an absolute blockbuster contest. Yeah,
absolutely right, Spider. And I always go back to that forward line of Donvale's, where you've got match winners on. The 6 that are listed on Player Cheer in the forward 6. You've got Ben Lyle, Ethan Duncan, Caleb Jordovic, Harrison Giles, Nick Murphy, Matthew Day. On any occasion, all 6 of those can have 4 to 5 goals. So you're not relying on just Duncan to have a big
stand up,
afternoon,
don't they?
Or Murphy. That's right.
They've all had their moments during the year.
So it's such a hard side to defend. You've got the small forwards. Giles is having potentially a career best year. You've got the 2 big figures in Murphy and Duncan, and Day, when we saw the 2 sides match up early in the year, kicked 7 goals. So it's a great forward line to have, and on a day like this where it's perfect conditions, that's going to be a big ask to Surrey Park to shut down today if they're going to win. And, I mean, as you said, Spider, it's been a long run for them in this final series. They've had to play each week, which does add up by the time you get to this point. It can work in both ways. It can work where you're riding on that momentum of playing each week, and a bit of the Bulldogs of 2016 where you're constantly going, you're constantly winning to get to another week. Or it can work the other way.
Fatigue factor.
Correct, where you get to the halfway through the third quarter and you're trailing by a few goals and it can open up. So important for Surrey Park that they go in today's game starting well, and at halftime they enter the halftime break with a lead. And
composure too, Brash. The calmness of teams. Is Donvale going to be the calm, experienced team? The old heads, when they get into a situation, they just know what to do. And are Surrey Park going to get overwhelmed by the situation today? Knowing there's so much on the line, they're taking on the big dog.
I reckon the thing is with. And I was having a think about this during the week. I look at that Duncan Murphy profile in that forward 50, and sometimes when I watch Nick Murphy, I actually think he's better not playing that stay-at-home forward where he's allowed to roam far and wide, because I think he gets a lot more purchase on his kicks when he's actually kicking on the run. Equally, Duncan also does play that role as well at centre-half forward, but both these players are actually equally at home playing the same sort of roles. It's almost like they know when one is going to be more beneficial than the other. What do you think about that?
Yeah, look, I have to agree with what you're saying, because they've just had such a evenness about them, don't they? They just, and I think that's the thing with, look at Donvale. Well, they're a very even side. They've got winners everywhere. And same with Surrey Park, but that's why this game is just so fascinating, boys. I'm intrigued about how all this is going to play out. Because if a team gets on top, the other team's certainly going to come and have to alter the magnets and go, how can we best play the next set of cards to ensure that we're still in the contest right up until the absolute finish? I mean, I just think this ruck contest is going to be really interesting as well. I mean, Allison, he's a younger player going up against Zach Haig, who's very experienced, very physical sort of player. So they do two different types of rucks, aren't they, really, the way that they play them. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they're both coaches, manage that and set that game up because of the capacity for the midfields. They're different blends of midfields, aren't they, Ryan?
They certainly are. And I think if Surrey Park to win, you look at guys like Tom Smith who have just made for this sort of stage. Yep. We saw his performance last year in the Division 4 Grand Final. He can hit the scoreboard, and that's what they need through those midfielders. When they load up and bring in these experienced players of Mahon and Hendon, these are guys that have been key to getting them to this stage. That, again, you can't underestimate the experience that those guys have had to this lineup. because I don't think without them and guys of those and Summers as well coming up obviously in the forward line, without those guys, I don't think they're here today.
The thing is though, when I compare, like I said, we've compared Murphy and Duncan and against now the two Summers boys. I think in my opinion, Jake has to stand up today. He has to kick goals to give Surrey a chance.
Potentially 4 or 5.
Yep.
Yeah. Whereas I can easily see a combined at least minimum 5 goals between Duncan and...
Or spread. A more even spread, as we were just alluding to. So it's that balance. Is it finding the balance?
So, okay, let's look at a scenario, and it was a scenario that I put to Steve Buckle a few weeks ago about, do Surrey push their forward pockets up onto the half forward line and maybe put Jake Summers one out at full forward?
Well, they could do that, because what they would then do is they're trying to take out the Donvale intercepting game.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what you've got to try and do, because Donvale do have a very strong defence. They do intercept guys like Zalik. They do, and you've got like guys like Max Odden, etc., that get busy, and then they start their attack from their defensive part of the ground. So that's the challenge for Surrey Park, what they can do to counter that this afternoon. And
for the first time this afternoon, it's a warm welcome to James Kenworthy, coach of the Surrey Park Football Club. Good afternoon, James, and welcome to Grand Final Day in Division 3.
Good afternoon, gents. Thanks for having me.
James, it's been a very interesting ride for Surrey Park this year. Basically, second on the ladder, yet you've played all the way through the final series. How does that sit with you and the playing group?
We actually love it. It's great continuity for all the young boys, just playing games of footy and keeping that momentum rolling through. So I think for our group, it's really good playing week to week.
I think, interestingly enough, I went through the sides, both sides on the occasions that you've played each other, and there isn't that much difference with the experience in both sides that are going on the park this afternoon. So it's not going to be any surprise to either you or Kevin about which sides are going to be on the park. So there is going to be some continuity, and you'll be able to plan your strategies pretty well based on what you've seen in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from 2 weeks ago, there's only 1 or 2 changes for both sides. So we're, I think we're pretty well prepared for today.
And you look at, obviously, coming into this third grand final in a row, starting to get used to it now, and but the side is certainly added to the list, of course, this season with those experienced names of your Summers, your Marn halfway through the year, Hendon back into the lineup. And that's come a long way to actually get you from a grand final last year in Division 4 to a grand final now in Division 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting those experienced heads in, absolutely huge. Just the way they go about their footy. Kane and Jack are terrific. Like week to week, they're so consistent with their footy and their recovery and all that. So just having those sort of older heads around all the young guys really spurs us on.
And the fact that you guys have come very close to Donvale now multiple times. Earlier in the season, it was less than a kick. And 2 weeks ago on this ground was a game that probably could have gone either way. Does that give you a bit more confidence going in, knowing that although if you just look at it on paper, it's 3-0, but in saying that, 2 of those games could have gone your way?
Yeah, absolutely. We took a lot of learnings, especially after 2 weeks ago. We weren't playing our best footy, and we probably only played maybe 1 or 1.5 quarters of our footy, our brand. So hopefully we get a bit more consistent over the game today, and we get change the result.
Good luck this afternoon, James. Great to speak to you again on Grand Final Day. From a coaching perspective, what are the key focus points that we're going to drill down on today? It's Grand Final Day. You've played them before a couple of weeks ago. The improvement, that just automatically happens. But what are some of the key things that you have to do today well, do you believe? Just 3 things to get the desired result ultimately come later this afternoon.
I think, Grand Final Day, number 1's pressure game. There's obviously going to be moments in the game where you just need to win your one-on-ones and sort of not give them easy ball into their forward line. So pressure's massive. If you're watching the Dev game, a lot of the Surrey forward entries are going to Donvale blokes. So they set up really well defensively behind the ball. So we just can't kick it straight down their throats pretty much.
Yep.
And third is just sort of executing under pressure.
Yeah. So you're talking about the pressure game, but what also about when you're talking about your brand, you also want to do things better with ball in hand as well. What do you want? Is that the sort of thing you want to move the ball a little bit more with speed? Do you want to try and play a little bit more tempo at times today? Because Donvale when they do defend well, they're going to be relying on you guys to turn the ball over because they know that you like to move it at speed, and then be aware that you can play the other card and try and tempo the game on your terms as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we find ourselves when we try and rush things, we turn the ball over quite a bit. So, yeah, relaxing with ball in hand is going to go a long way to us winning the game.
Now, coaching's all about keeping the players ready for this big game and keeping an open mind. How do you go with the calmness before the game when you leave here and talk through the situations, because it's not another game of footy. This is the game. This is grand final day. You have different people coming to watch from outside of the four walls of the club. There's grandmas and grandpas. There's aunties and uncles. There's people that don't normally come and watch Surrey Park playing. So you're on the biggest stage. How do you keep the team focused just at the task at hand of getting the ultimate success come 5 o'clock today?
I think it's just sort of keeping everything relatively low key, not obviously being here for the third year in a row, everyone's sort of gotten used to it a little bit. So we compare our sort of week to 2 years ago when it was our first one. There was a lot of nervousness throughout the week, even on the Tuesday, Thursday night. So just having that experience of going about our week holds us in really good stead for today.
Yeah, it's the history as well, isn't it? Look, you're running out, going to run in an alternative jump. It's not the normal jumper that you're accustomed to, but it's got some history and tradition and its own values.
Yeah, like there's so much history with the club, and hopefully a lot of the old Surrey Hills boys are coming out today to watch us. And yeah, it's a little bit different. I think we've played Donvale 3 times and won the Clash jumper 3 times, so it's not a great stat for us. But yeah, anything can happen on grand final day.
Well, that's right. This is the only one that really matters out of the 4 times. And not to pump up your tyres too much, but you were very important last year in the grand final, as not just in the coaching box, but on the field as well with your leadership and your ability on the field. How exciting is it for you, just as a player as well as a coach, just to be able to run out on grand final day and play alongside the 21 other guys for the ultimate prize?
Oh, it's absolutely huge. Like, as players, this is what we play for. We want to be in the big moments, the big games. And previously I hadn't really played in too many grand finals. I've played one at Blackburn Reserves and one in 18s. Juniors had one. So up until now I haven't really had many opportunities. So it's just a great day for everyone involved to get down. Big crowds, big moments. It's going to be unreal.
James, one of the other questions I'm going to put to you here, one of the key things about Donvale's game is their ability, especially in their back six, to interstep and run the ball at will outside, out of their back six very quickly. Would there be a possibility maybe that you might push your forwards, your full forward line, your 2 forward pockets up onto a half forward and maybe leave Jake Summers one out so that it makes their back line run with their backs towards the goal, and your blokes would then be able to follow them and pick up the crumbs if Jake doesn't take the mark?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a fair few scenarios that we can roll around with and sort of play with. Obviously, Max Houghton down there is quite an experienced player, so he loves to sort of sag off and read the play. So he's definitely one we need to watch out for.
And I think that's the thing. It's exactly what I was thinking, because he likes to get the game on his terms, and the thing is you've got to try and push him out of his comfort zone very, very quickly, because when he's not feeling it, his disposal just goes a little bit. He does tend to turn the ball over because he panics, and I think that could be one area where you may be able to exploit them. But I think also too, the 2 players that I'm really impressed with, I love the run of Nick Can off the half back line, where he's prepared to run through the middle and take on. And I think that's going to be really important as this game progresses this afternoon, because I noticed that last year, that was when he really came to the fore in that second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick's been huge, moving him to the back line for this year. Obviously last year he was quite a notable goal kicker, but he's just got great natural pace. natural ability to read the ball, intercept marking is really good. So having that drive off half-back's absolutely huge today, especially on a big deck like this.
And I think also too, Tom Smith, I mean, he has poise and and plays a mature game beyond his years. The way that I think the thing that sets him apart is his ability to run into position and know when to give the handball, know where to kick it, know when to size up the situation, when he needs to keep possession of the ball. Those sort of footballers don't grow on trees, and he's going to be equally as important this afternoon, especially in that midfield.
Yep, Tommy Smith's absolutely unbelievable. It's great to get a front row seat out there with him.
I'm actually looking forward to him showing his wares today.
Yeah, he loves the big moments, the big games. Just his natural ability just to find the footy, and he's so quick, so agile, and he's quite lengthy as well. So him up forward is a pretty hard matchup.
It is, yeah.
To find.
And the ruck duel as well, equally as important with a guy like Haig and Allison going at it, and they've had some pretty good duels in recent times. So
yeah, absolutely. Zach, obviously one of the premier ruckmen of Div 3, so much experience, and then going up against Chrissy, one of our under-19 boys. Chris has been huge all year for us, and yet there's going to be a pretty decent battle today. Obviously a hot day, so see who can outlast who in there.
Yeah, well, both players, James, have got exceptionally good tanks to be able to not only ruck but play that old traditional followers role around the ground and accumulate possessions. So that's also going to be a really key battle. So in essence, looking at the grand final overall, looking at the side that you've picked this afternoon, is it, in your opinion, the best side, right, that you've put on the park this year, knowing that this is the most important game of the year?
Is that with available players or
yes.
non-available? Available players.
Because I had a look at the reserve squad, and whilst they've got some good players in there, none of them actually shouted out to me that they were going to force a place in that senior side at this particular time of the year. So from my point of view, I think it's probably the best side that you've got in today, and I think it gives you an undeniable chance of winning the flag this year.
Yeah, for sure. Going in unchanged to a grand final is pretty big. So
yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
Just that continuity.
And it's the balance. And it's the balance too, because it's who you play as well, because one thing may outweigh the other. You might want an extra tall for an extra small, or an extra mid, or an extra defender, depending on the combinations. You know, if you're playing someone else, you know, depending on height, size, whatever, that's what you go with. But no change. That's where it sits, isn't it?
Yep.
Doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
Well, James, thank you very much for giving up your time on a big day such as a grand final, and all the time that you've given to us during the media team for 2024. May Godspeed go with you this afternoon, and hopefully maybe at 4:45, Surrey Park may have etched themselves another premiership in EFNL history.
Cheers, fellas. Thanks, heaps.
Good luck, James.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. James Kenworthy.
Great insight pre-game for a player to go down now and have to get ready, and he's going to go out there and strut his stuff. So fantastic. You know,
it's an interesting. It's almost like for the coach. It's almost like glass half full, half empty.
It has
really,
to be
on a grand final. And the thing is, you know, as a coach, you coach for 20. You've coached for 21 or more than 6 months, right, to get your side into this very moment of the day. Yet there's still going to be scenarios that you, as a coach, that may have worked in 21 weeks of football that may not work on the most important days.
And he might not have played his card yet. He might have his card just nicely tucked away in his sock, and he might put it out with a couple of minutes to go. Like, that could be the difference between winning or losing. So, but that's the thing about they're the little key moments of coaching, and that's why we like the game so much, and we get a great insight from a particular player that's coaching. Just a different element to things, I think. And I think it's great having the old and the new coaching in this game this afternoon.
Well, Spider, that's the other factor, is that as a playing coach, he's got a different aspect to it than Kevin Collins, because he is out there and playing in his third consecutive grand final himself, and you've seen him play for quite a while, and obviously a history at Blackburn. A very talented player who, make no mistake, will have an impact himself in the actual contest.
Control. He's got some control on actually the outcome of the game.
I think too, when and James is that sort of player, Spider, that's able to put himself in positions because of experience where he's going to give you the best value of James Kenworthy.
Yeah, and his team first, and that's all he is. So, sometimes when you're the coach, you're putting your team aspect ahead of your actual playing card away. So I think from that perspective, it's a great leveler to have, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he handles it today when it's really hot in the kitchen during parts of the contest.
Talking about, we just briefly touched on that discussion about Haig versus Allison in the ruck this afternoon. Yeah. It's almost like it's an experienced warhorse against a young and up-and-coming buck.
It's a great story because one side has to come out as back-to-back premiers, and you're right, you're looking at a side, the Donvale, who's been in Division 3 now for a while and is primed to go up. They've been waiting for this. They've been waiting for the opportunity to actually go up a division. And you've got Surrey Park, who's incredible young side, which is a very quick rise if they get up to Division 2. After having such a long history, as you said at the top of the show, of not having any success whatsoever, to going and winning a first final, making a grand final, a year after a premiership, and now potentially two in 2 years, which would be, again, another big story.
Incredible. If they can get up, it'll be a great feather in their cap, and has shown some great prospect.
And for the first time this afternoon, but not many, but for all the times that he's appeared with us this year, it's a warm welcome to you, Kevin. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Kevin, Donvale's been the vanguard of Division 3 football in the last 3 years. 50 wins, 8 losses, 2 grand final appearances and premiers in 2023. It's the accolades that have come your way have been deserved, but a victory today would be what you need to make sure that all this hard work is rewarded, so you go up to Div 2.
Yeah, that's a perfect statement. We understand the importance of today's game, and it's been a journey for 5 years. We had the tough years with COVID, and then we had to work really hard. 2-point loss to Waverley Blues, and then one last year, but no chocolates to go up. And so this is the day today that we can elevate. We hope, but we're up against really good opposition.
I asked the same question of James, and I compared all the sides, the 3 occasions that you played Surrey Park, with the personnel that took the field on those appropriate days. And really, there's actually no surprises really from both sides. There might be the odd 1 or 2 changes, but I think both sides are going in with a really good knowledge of each other's opposition's strengths and weaknesses. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. Both of us have been fairly consolidated over the last 4 weeks. So during the season, it was sort of everyone was moving through, and we're getting injuries, players were going away for work and stuff, whereas we've been able to consolidate. And so, ours is very similar to the last 4 weeks, and the only one we lost this week was James Pell because of suspension, so we've been able to keep the same list, which has been good. So we have really good knowledge of them, and they have good knowledge of us.
And having played them now a few times, and particularly a couple of weeks ago in that semi-final, you've got a good knowledge, as Bresh said, about both sides, and the way that they play their footy. It's a pretty young side, added with a few experienced players this year in your Hendons and Marns and so on with Summers. What has impressed you about them that you need to stop today if you're to win this afternoon's grand final?
Oh, they're very good at stoppages. They get good clearance through Marn and Hendon, as you say, so they can get the stoppage out. They also have scored a lot of goals from their back half. They've scored 30 goals over the past 3 games, and I think 20 have come from turnover in back end or from kick-ins. So we understand that we've got to really man them up. They find space, they make the ground big, and they use their foot really well to effect.
And of course, at the forward line, we always come back to this, but obviously other areas of the ground are very strong as well. But reading through some of those names of Duncan, Murphy, Giles, Jordovic, I mean, there's match day, there's match winners at all different angles, and that must be just a blessing for you to have as a coach, knowing that you're never going to have to rely on one person to have 4 or 5 to win a game. You've got players around the ground, even your midfielders will chip in to the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're lucky to have that forward line cohesion, so that's been good. They've got the summer boys, they've got really good players down there. Smith goes forward and kicks goals, so they're fairly or very potent down there. So we just got to make sure that we convert and get the score on the board and get the ball to our forwards with lower eyes. Can't afford to be kicking long points.
And the group obviously now having multiple years in a row coming out here to Jubilee Park playing the grand final. It's almost, does it sort of help with, obviously you've had experience prior to that anyway, but for the group knowing that they've been here, they know how it's done, the reserves have been here, so everyone's pretty well settled going into a grand final day.
Yeah, we love playing out here at Jubilee Park. The surface is fantastic and it's a really big ground, there's lots of space, and so you can play some really good football, so we're very comfortable on it. And we've been playing here for a lot. I think we've lost one final here, so that's been good. We sort of treat it like a second home ground, but yeah, we like playing here.
You've been a very friendly ground to you over a long period of time, hasn't it, Kev? It's an amazing place. Good luck this afternoon. From the coaching perspective, you've been around for such a long period of time and you've coached so many grand finals. What are the main drill down points for you, focusing on moments before the game? Give us three that you're really going to attack today with the playing group. What are the three things you'll really hone in on just prior to giving that final address?
Well, just the importance of pressure coming into the game. Just automatic pressure all over the ground. Inside-outside balance. We don't want to have too much inside ball. They'll try to slow things down with a lot of stoppage and then get it out on the outside. So we need inside-outside balance. And just win the disputed ball. We've got to get our hands on the ball and win the disputed ball.
Yeah, and the physical presence too, because you are a physical side, because naturally the nature of the way that your side across the board is. You're tall, you've got guys that are strong over the ball, so that works in your advantage today, where they like to run and transition, and they're going to try and outrun you, in so to speak.
Oh yeah, they feel that they can get us on the outside and run better than us. It's what they have built their game on, so we just got to make sure that we get lots of contested ball, and if we can get them in 1v1s, we think that our physical presence should be able to get us that disputed ball and then give us the advantage.
All across the year, you've always been seen as the team to chase, and I've been talking about racing parlance. I know, not sure how much you love your horse racing, but Cox Plate, one of the biggest races on the calendar. But I go back to 1986 with the Bone Crusher, Our Waverley Star thing, because it's like this is not going to be decided this game right till the final moments in the game. So you've all got to have a bit of calmness about you from a coaching perspective to give that feedback to the players that no matter what happens, everything's just got to be played out to the absolute final second. Yeah,
the team who hits hardest for the longest wins the big games like this one, and you've got to just keep going and going and going right throughout the day. And so I'd agree with that. It's going to come down to the last moment. Could come down to the last moment. Yeah. So we just got to make, when our opportunity comes, make those small moments big.
But have you found that during the year that the gap between yourselves and the rest of the competition has just continued to narrow? So that racing balance in terms of Melbourne Cup, Cox Plate, as we see it in races, when everyone just keeps coming closer to you because they want to get you. And
we've been hunted all along.
Yeah.
And to beat us can kickstart a team's whole season. Yeah. And so they've come out and they'll go to another level against us, and so that's been a real challenge, and we've had to adapt and use that to our advantage to hopefully learn a bit better about ourselves.
Getting key support around is really important grand final time. It's a lot of outside people coming in to watch the game today. It's not just the normal Donvale crowd. It's people from other clubs, other competitions, family and friends, etc. I'm not sure whether you've got your son Sam down to watch at all, but what sort of things do you sort of say to the players to say, guys, we know it's not another game. This is grand final day. How do you settle that down in the rooms just moments before you run out?
We've kept it as close to normal as we possibly can.
Yeah.
And so everything's just been done the same routine as we always do.
Yeah.
And so we've managed to maintain that, and I think we've kept it pretty normal. We've had a really good build-up at training, and we've just kept everything as normal. Warm-up times, everything.
Yeah.
So it's another day.
Yeah.
Well, Kev, good luck to Donvale this afternoon, and like I said, it's been a proud 5 years for the club, and hopefully for Donvale they fulfil their destiny this afternoon at 4:45, and once again, you will become a premiership coach.
Well, we're keeping the fingers crossed, boys, but there's a lot of water to get under the bridge. But I do appreciate that, and you have a good call today.
Thank you very
Get to
much.
work on it, Kev.
Go the Vales.
There you have it, Donvale coach. No stranger to grand.
He loves his grand final days.
Yeah,
He's,
no stranger to grand finals.
Brash.
Kevin Collins.
Before we just go to a break, I've got to ask, this 1986 Cox Plate that you, for someone who was born a decade after it, who did win in the end? Was it
Bone
Crusher?
Yeah.
Was he the leader the whole time?
Well,
Yes.
he led the whole way, but our wave was tried to hunt him down and just got nabbed on the line. Couldn't quite get over the line. So,
The famous race caller.
Bill Collins, equine immortality.
So if that happens today, that means Donvale would win if
Correct.
it follows the same path.
Correct.
I like the story.
Well, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to continue to run down to the big Division 3 grand final. It's Donvale versus Surrey Hills, coming to you live from Jubilee Park on Radio Eastern 98.1, all around the world on YouTube and Facebook.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Division 3 Reserve Grand Final has just hit time on, and it's going to be a barnstorming and very close finish. Donvale just holds sway by 2 points, 5-8-38 to Surrey Park, 5-6-36 in a game that could go either way.
We've had a bit of history with Division 3 Reserve Grand Finals in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of extra times. We've had that famous one with
Trent.
Warrandyte.
Trent losing his voice in the last moments. Oh, I'm losing my voice.
Sounds like Andy Marr, doesn't it? Windy.
Gee, there's another blast from the past.
That's right.
It was really good to talk to the coaches. They
enjoyed it.
They really enjoyed it. And I think, for the overall scheme of things, this is a all these grand finals in Eastern Football League, it is a really important day for the competition and for the clubs themselves and the people that come and watch EFNL football. We want to see the best sides make it to the grand final.
Yep.
And to be honest with you, these two have been the best sides, first and second, for basically the majority of the year.
Well, they have been, and it's a tremendous reward for whoever is fortunate enough to hold the cup up, because so many people behind the scenes put the work in, the volunteers, the people that, make the club tick, whether it's the team managers, whether it's the people in the canteen, whether it's the people that are serving dinner on Thursday night, someone standing on the gate at home games, someone selling a raffle ticket, whatever they're doing, and that presence around the club, it's the satisfaction and the reward for a job well done. So, we just hope that everyone can enjoy the moment and be a part of it. So, for Donvale and Surrey Park, they've all got hard-working volunteers and members and supporters. So we hope they all enjoy the afternoon and what's in great prospect.
We'll talk a little bit more about this game as the afternoon progresses when our full team assembles. We have some other games going around the grounds this afternoon, and one big game in Premier Division. It's second semi-final day at East Ringwood, and East Ringwood are part of that at Bayswater Oval this afternoon. They take on Balwyn, and Balwyn had a good win last week as Donvale are crowned premiers in Division 3 by 2 points. How close can you get?
We're just watching Kevin Collins ride the waves from up here on the balcony.
He was enjoying it.
Last couple of minutes.
His facial expressions were brilliant.
Yeah.
I think also too, when you've got three sides in a grand final, two sides in a grand final, the reserves can actually set the momentum and the tone for the seniors.
Well, this gives you moments before you run out and the seconds have won the flag. It gives you a great inspiration. This gives you a bit of rush, doesn't it? Adrenaline rush.
Well, Spider, we actually spoke to James on Monday night. James Rouser, obviously the senior coach, captain of Donvale, and he said the same thing. He said the best moment of that day, apart from actually winning, was seeing the reserves get across the line in that final siren, because it was so tight. So they've had another moment again today, and potentially that sets the tone for the day for the Donvale Football Club.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be exciting, and I think it's all in great set up now. But we're going back to Premier. East Ringwood, that's a big game for them. We saw them play a couple of weeks ago. And these two teams have played some big games this year. We saw that game we covered down at East Ringwood, and Balwyn started that game so well, and then the game changed after half time, and then East Ringwood basically kicking inaccurately that day. Sam Lowson kicking 3 goals, 8. In the end, dragged his side over the line pretty much single-handedly, but well assisted by some of the support cast through the midfield. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Balwyn last week, they opened the game up a bit on the bigger ground. They took the risk. They took a little bit more opportunity to score. Charlie Haley hit the scoreboard, but he was well supported by other players around him. Guys like Oakes getting back involved in the, who started the season so well. But also those guys like Lamont Lever and Gob Leifson, who came back into the team, really set the platform for that. That win last week, and the defensive mindset turned it into attacking, aggressive mode, which they played for the first 10 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I look at that game, and look, for me, Balwyn have done this over the last 2 or 3 years. They've come out and they've won their first final, but then all of a sudden, as they go a little bit higher up the chain, they come up against a side that seems to. I think I took a lot out of that game that East Ringwood beat them at East Ringwood that day. Yep. I thought there was some telling factors. However, though, I just, when they were 38 points 15 minutes into the second quarter, right, they took their foot off the pedal.
They did.
And the thing is, I believe in the old adage, you never give a sucker an even break. And when you look at the result at the end of the game, Roval, I actually thought, were flattered to end up being 23 points behind, considering I thought that Balwyn should have won that game by probably 50, 60 points.
Yeah, well, the dominance was evident by the statistics that appeared.
And I just don't feel that Balwyn can afford to be playing that type of football again today, because they will get overrun by an East Ringwood side.
Well, they're fast. They fast ball move. They move the ball with speed, and they just really play that inside corridor so well. But they just transition the ball without fault, and they will put enormous pressure on ball and with ball in hand. So that's going to be the key to this contest. And East Ringwood do hit the scoreboard, and they hurt you on turnover.
They do.
Yeah.
And they can hit. They'll hit the scoreboard big time. And you look at Preston, who's had a massive season. You add him to the list this year. We're loaded up for the big day, thanks to Ben Warren-Smith. But pressure's on the Roos this year because they've had such a great season. They were out first week of the finals last year. They come in as the red-hot favourite now, finishing on top, and their form in the back half of the season was lengths above everyone else.
Yep.
And everyone else has had have fallen up on games and have had bad runs of form. East Ringwood have now been on a long winning streak, and they come into this final with the expectation of winning. And if they do lose, they suddenly put themselves back into a lot of pressure.
It's a bit like Park Orchards. That loss basically puts them back under the pump.
It does.
You know, after the expectation of playing in a second semi. I reckon if I'm East Burwood today with the way East Ringwood, I should say, on the way they're playing today, I know they've brought Bennell back into the side. I'd be having him playing a bit part. Right.
Yep.
And not overtax him early. I wouldn't be putting him. I wouldn't having him start in the heat of battle.
I don't think he'll play big minutes, to be honest.
No, I think that they shouldn't play. He shouldn't play big minutes because if they want him in the grand final side, they need to look after him.
Yeah, build his load. Yeah.
Because they are taking a risk bringing him back in.
Well, they've just got so much depth, Brush. That's the thing. I mean, they've got players in their reserves today.
Harry Nolan.
Yeah, Harry Nolan. I mean, it's just a great evidence of with the VFL due to point system salary cap. So that's how it works. But that's the luxury of having the depth. I think they'll get the job done. I think it'll be around about the 20 points, and I think Bourne will be pretty competitive. But I think in the end, East Ringwood will be able to demonstrate and illustrate that game and really get the game on their terms.
I agree with that, and I don't think they would risk him if he wasn't right to go.
No.
I think that's obviously we don't know, but we'll see how it all plays out this afternoon. But I'm with Spider. I think they get the job done.
Yeah, well, I've got East Ringwood probably winning by about the same margin that Spider. 18 to 22 points, I think, is probably a fair margin. Our resident clairvoyant, the Oracle. He's sent in his selections. He has East Ringwood 72, Baldwin 66. So
a bit closer than that.
Okay. Yeah, I could see something like that, but I just sort of feel like that. When push comes to shove, if the game needs to be won, I just sort of feel with the legs of Preston and Bearlow in that last quarter in the midfield, I think that's going to be the defining difference.
Yeah, and I still think East Ringwood's defence stands up well. Delaney, Tweedy, etc.
Tweedy's outstanding.
Yeah.
Also, a Division 1 game this afternoon.
Yes, that's
Ryan.
correct, out at Tormore.
Yeah, a real danger game here for Park Orchards, I reckon.
Oh, yeah.
Beaconsfield, really, it's the classic game. We've got nothing to lose whilst all the pressure is on Park Orchards after finishing on top of the ladder 3 games clear. Losing to their nemesis, Mitcham, once again, which is now sowing a little bit of doubt in the mind of Park Orchards. Also knowing that their skipper is not out there again this afternoon. How does that play out mentally for them, Spider?
It's huge. It's just so massive when you have your player out of his calibre. It's really big in context of what could happen. I'm actually going for Beaconsfield. I just was so impressed with what they served up last week from a pressure point of view. They played the conditions so well, and I thought it was just the way they went about it. It was well coached by Mick Fogarty. He just continues to provide us with the tactical genius that he is. He's going up against Paris, who's no stranger in big games himself. But I just get a bit of a feeling today that Beaconsfield are just playing such good footy in the last month. Their team is so stable. They've bettered that team down. And I just feel that they're going to be, the way that they play that ground at Boronia, I just think they're ready to take another step today. Park Orchards, they'll throw everything at it. This will go down to the wire, this game. But I've just got a bit of a feeling about this one with Beaconsfield. I think they're ready to take that next step into a grand final. I think they're really. I think now they're really the challenger. I think if they get this right, who knows what could happen? And they're saying, "What about us?" And I think that we clearly saw that last week in those conditions it applied against South Belgrave, and they deserve their victory, and they deserve the opportunity today to take on Park Orchards for a spot in the grand final.
Ryan, I said in our pre-season podcast that I thought Beaconsfield would make it to a preliminary final this year.
I said that as well.
Yeah, you said it. You alluded to the fact that for the very rare times this year, since the final started, that Mick Fogarty has been able to bed down a side when you consider the amount of changes he's had to make, 6 or 7. And really, I think, in all honesty, that's the genius of Mick Fogarty at right in play there. The way that he's been able to manufacture victories, and some of their victories have been they've been hard fought. They've had to fight a lot of games.
Well, they have.
they have.
Ship Delarue, and they knock her up forward. They've got everything that they need defensively through the midfield, and then it finishes off up forward. So they've got all the parts.
That's right. They've got the side that's certainly capable of making a grand final, and once you get there,
anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. That's right. I still think for a side, Park Orchards finished the year 17-1. I understand without Prosnack makes it very tough. If Prosnack's there, I'm tipping them with a lot more confidence.
Yeah.
I'm still predicting that they will find a way because you can't rely on just one player. If you're going for, if you're playing that well all season and winning 17 games, it's not just one player. There's a lot of players on that side that have really stood up. Price Inglis probably a little underrated. Keppel's been very important. Spiteri's having a great season. Whitnish. I think there's enough talent on that lineup that they'll find a way to get through because if, as you said, if they go out in straight sets for the year they've had, Spider, the home and away season they've had, that would be
disappointing.
Extremely disappointing.
And the thing is, that last quarter last week, we'll find out today whether that was an aberration or whether that was an identity that we are discovering about them, whether they have hit a wall, whether they have fatigued, or whether not having their captain is really playing on their minds from a leadership perspective at the moment.
I think too, when the thing is, when you have an opportunity like you've had throughout the season, where you've had a fantastic home and away season, right? The guarantee is there is no guarantees that you're going to have that same type of season next year. Because,
that's right.
So, for all intents and purposes, Park Orchards have got to go out with that same. It's a bit like the old Port Adelaide phenomenon. They're going to go out there and put whatever happened last week at the back of their mind.
Yeah.
And they've got to go out there and play the game that's got them to where they got to in the first place. Yeah. And if they don't do that, then that's where the genius of Mick Fogarty and that team of Beaconsfield, they'll be able to exploit that mental weakness if the pressure is on, especially like last week in that last quarter. South Belgrave didn't handle that pressure.
No, they didn't.
In the opening 10-15 minutes very well at all.
And if Beaconsfield bring that pressure, particularly in the first quarter today, Park Orchards might just be on the back foot. They might be, but they've got to attack the game right from the outset and make a statement, putting scoreboard pressure on right from the start.
And we've seen this happen both ways, Brash. We've seen it where you lose that first final and just it all falls apart and you come into the next game low on confidence. You're playing a side who's coming off a win and it falls apart. Or the other way, you respond quickly, you make a statement early, you head in front at halftime and you put away the side you're playing against where you're expected to win and you advance through to another week. It's up to them. It's in their
it's in their hands, yeah.
Well, it is, and I also think too, obviously, different conditions at Tormore today, where both sides are going to get an opportunity to score at both ends of the ground. I think that's really important because basically last Sunday's first semi-final was really ruined by the prevailing conditions. It basically no side at any side chance only being able to kick at one end of the ground really took advantage of it, did they?
Yeah, and it's just the exploitation of who's going to use the ground better, in terms of the width, the size, who's going to give the time and space, who's going to defend harder. Park Orchards liked it. They're a bit of a run and gun sort of team, whereas Beaconsfield, they're sort of hunting you down with their defence and their territory game and their forward pressure, like they did last week, and then they hit the scoreboard accordingly.
Someone needs to put some time into Brandon White, I'll tell you that much. If Park Orchards are going to win this game, they've got to limit White's influence.
Yep. The other thing too, the actual game could also be won by the coaching bench, because I just feel at times that Paris's game plan is a little one-dimensional. He's very rigid. Yeah, it is a very rigid plan. And if you don't have a plan B, and I know Mick Fogarty has more than plan B, C.
Yeah, and that's why he's had so much success.
And that also could bring Park Orchard's undoing as well.
And Paris has had success too, but he's had some really great teams. That are a lot better than this Park Orchards team currently. He's had some greats come through some of the teams he's coached, whether it be at East Ringwood, South Croydon, etc. Donny East. So it's just now this team is just starting to establish themselves on a journey. It's whether they can have that plan A, B, C in place, and Paris, can he deliver it and get them to a grand final? If he does, it's a big tick after what happened last season coming down from Premier.
All right, gents, what's the score? Who wins this?
I'm sticking with Park Orchards. I think it'll be close. I think Park Orchards by 2 to 3 goals.
We reckon, Spider?
Beaconsfield by 5 points.
Well, it's funny. I'd like to give a side another chance, but I think the game's going to be won in the coach's box myself.
Yeah,
what I think. And I think Mick Fogarty might have the answers that Paris doesn't. For that reason, I'm going to pick Beaconsfield, but the margin's not going to be great. They don't blow sides out of the water, Beaconsfield. They just do the job. 2 goals, I reckon, in it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it'll be close. Even if Park Orchards get on top, they don't really smash opposition teams. They'll get there, I think, in my opinion, but not by much. I think it'll be a good game to watch.
Well, earlier in the season when they played Bayswater, they had that opportunity. They couldn't do it either.
Yep.
So, I mean, look, there are more a side that like to grind you, Park Orchards.
That's right.
The Oracle has Park Orchard 67, Beaconsfield 72, so another close prediction there. I could see something like that happening. I think it's just, but like I said, it's a goal in it, so it's not like there's really a definitive score for. And finally, just before we go to our last break, in Division 3, the Oracle has Donvale 90, Surrey Park 71. So it's a 3-goal victory by the Oracle for Division 3.
Well, I'm going Donvale by 7 points.
Yeah, I had Donvale by 8, Ryan.
I can't. I was going to make up a tip, but I've got my tip published in the record today, so I can't change.
It's in black and
white,
mate.
Right, that's right. I've tipped Surrey Park by a point.
Well,
I don't do it with confidence, but I just have that feeling they are the underdog.
You thinking our Waverley Star's going to get up?
The Waverley Star, that's right. Bone Crusher this time won't get up.
Well, gentlemen,
I've got to watch that race now.
Well, gentlemen, that's pretty much done and dusted. You'll be joining me again at half-time as we once again dissect what's happened in the first half. But for now, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll assemble the call team for the big Division 3 clash this afternoon in the grand final. It's Donvale versus Surrey Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with, try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, a very good afternoon from Jubilee Park, where we've just seen a cracking reserves grade grand final. And if it's an omen for the day, the Donvale faithful will be pretty happy because they've gotten up in the reserves in a tight win, 38-36. But this is what it's all about. Sun is shining. The ground looks in superb condition. And, of course, finals, that's what we do come to the footy for. And it's just got a different feel out here today, obviously, with everything on the line in this grand final. Donvale going for back-to-back flags, and Surrey Park trying to cap off a meteoric rise. They were in Division 4. They won the flag to come up to Division 3. And here they are on the verge of back-to-back flags in different divisions in consecutive years, which really would be a quite extraordinary performance. My name's Brett Beston. Great to have your company this afternoon, wherever you are across the globe, watching on Facebook and YouTube, and of course 98.1 Radio Eastern. Big welcome to our listeners as well. Time to bring in the call team. My co-caller this afternoon. Look at him rubbing his hands together. He's never been so
he's like a child on Christmas.
He's like a kid in a candy shop. Surrey Park's #1 supporter, and of course Josh Ward. Joshy, you're excited, no doubt.
Absolutely. It is not just for this game, but just for this weekend as both Donvale and Surrey Park enter the arena out here at the magnificent Jubilee Park, a sun-bathed Jubilee Park. Really looking forward to calling this game alongside you, mate.
Indeed, there's been a few changes in the commentary team late, so I'm just trying to catch up with who's on. I think Brash is on. Brash, are you doing special comments? No? All right.
I think it is right. I think it's Ryan Long and Blake Tennant on special comments.
Right. I'm doing scores, Brett.
Scores, all right. So Brash is doing scores. It's all over the place at the moment. And then down on boundary today, we've got Blake Tennant, and I think Jared Beelan will be down there with him.
I believe BWS is Ben Warren Smith is swapped with Blake Tennant. We've switched the magnets.
I have no idea what's going on. It's fair, don't you?
There is a fair bit going on.
I do have some very, very interesting news, and there's a late out for Donvale. I've been keeping this one under my lid, but there's a massive late out which could make a significant difference. Matt Liardi is not playing. He's a very late out today, and coming into the side will be Nick Day. To join brother Matthew. So Nick Day will be in jersey 7, and all that experience for Matthew Liardi, he's out of the side in jersey 3. So that makes a massive difference to Donvale, because he's a survivor from that 2017 flag, and of course played last year as well.
Yeah, he did, and he's been he hasn't played the last couple of weeks or for for the last month almost. So he was listed in, and it is still a bit of a loss, but. For Nick Day coming in, of course, when we did that match of the round earlier in the season against between Donvale and Surrey Park, he kicked 4 goals that day. Matt Day kicked 7. Obviously, it's a lot different this time around. Surrey Park pretty much at full strength. Donvale are at full strength, but it is a bit of a big loss, and certainly going to be interesting to see who fills that void with Liardi out and James Pell out due to suspension too.
Yes, indeed, yeah. We saw Surrey Park a couple of weeks ago. They were very good, and of course in the second week of the finals. Terrific victory. So, I mean, they're coming into they're heading form at the right side, as are Donvale. So, I mean, we saw Surrey Park beating Knox last week in a pretty good game. So they were in a bit of trouble early. I thought Knox had them early.
Yes.
But then they bounced back, and in the end, they just ran all over the top of them. So that's got to be a bit of a confidence booster coming into this one.
Well, I was out at that game actually, and they kept Knox to just 1 goal. But they were in trouble early on. Knox had most of the running and were kicking to the right of your screen or right of your radio dial if you're tuning in on 98.1 FM. So, and they didn't take advantage of the breeze. But Surrey Park did get off to a pretty decent start and were able to just run over the top of them in the final quarter. So that will give them a lot of confidence. And they've gotten closer to Donvale on each occasion this season as well. Obviously, take out that massive
Guys,
loss in round 11.
spectators, can we please head off the ground, please? All spectators, can we please head off the ground,
As
please?
you might be able to hear Blake
spectators,
Tennant,
boys down the
Blake
back there.
Tennant doing a great job
Shut up,
on the mic, but it's of course he's been doing most of the emceeing today, as it looks like the two captains are into the middle of Jubilee Park, Lachlan Bacon and James Rouser, and Dean O'Neill tossing the coin as well for Surrey Park. He might be trying to do so again. So there is a little bit of a breeze that picks up on the odd occasion to the right of your screen or right of your radio dial, which is the end that Surrey Park are kicking to, or to the Aqua Nation end out here at Jubilee Park. Donvale king to the left of your radio dial or to the left of your screen if you're tuning in on Facebook and YouTube. So that'll
just a word, sorry Joshy, the word about the last time these sides met, because they have met just a couple of weeks ago. Of course, in the finals, round 2 of the finals, on that occasion, Donvale got the chocolates. Actually, we'll stop with that because we're going to get into the boundary. Ben Warren Smith has got himself in position. BWS.
Yeah, it's great to be down here on grand final day. I'll tell you what, Jared, these conditions down here, they're picture perfect. Bruce McAvaney called them delicious.
Absolutely.
But yeah, there's that
delicious.
We've sort of sussed out the breeze, guys, and Jared, it seems to be heading down to that Aqua Nation end of forward pocket, right forward pocket.
Absolutely. It's pretty slight though, however. It's quite different from the past few days that we've had in Melbourne. It's been very blowy, but today, thankfully, it's started to hold off. And the ground conditions are fantastic down here. It feels very nice. It's a very clean track, I think.
No, I'm fine, thanks, mate.
Absolutely super. Brash is fine, and we're fine down here as well. Right across the ground, there is a bumper crowd down here. There's so much parking available in this Ringwood precinct. So if you're around, get down here today because it's going to be an absolute cracking game. I think winning the toss is a good thing for Surrey Park to kick down with the breeze in that first term. It's going to go right down to the wire. We know these two sides are so close and so evenly matched. But today I'm going for Surrey Park by 2 points. I'm changing my tip. You'll see in the record I said Donvale by 10 points. I'm on the Surrey bandwagon today, Jared.
I'm sticking with Surrey. My tip was Surrey Park by 8 points. I'm staying with that. I think it'll be a fantastic upset for them. It'll be incredible for them to go up to Division 2 after this. Donvale, I wouldn't be surprised if they win it. They would deserve it, but
get off the fence,
Surrey
Jared.
Park.
Thanks, boys. Enjoy the day down in the sun down there. I'm going for Donvale today. They won the flag last year, of course. They didn't get to come up, and my mind goes back to that famous win they had in 2017, and there's still half a dozen players, of course, in that side when they came up from Division 4 to Division 3, and I think they're a big chance today, and I've got them winning by 8 points. Joshy, no doubt you'll be going for Surrey Park. By how many?
I was about to say, can I leave my tip unspoken? I'll say them by 8 points. We're joined by media manager Ryan Long now. You had Surrey Park winning, I believe?
I have them by a point, and that's official in the record, so I can't go back on my word. And I think it's going to be very tight. I think it could go either way. But I'm backing in Surrey Park. Just a great story, and it's two great stories, really. But I really think this will be a very tight one.
Wayne Brash is on scores today. So, Brash, who have you got winning this one and by how many?
I had Donvale winning by 8 points in the record as well, Brett. And I think it was a close thing. I could have gone either way, but I just felt that the experience of Donvale might just stand them in good stead when the time counts.
Indeed. Now, Ryan, you'll be able to confirm this. I think we're having the national anthem, is that right? So the players are just getting into position, so we're probably going to stop in a moment for the anthems. But thanks for joining us wherever you might be.
On behalf of the
in fact, let's go down to the ground side.
Welcome to Jubilee Park for today's Eastland Division 3 Senior Grand Final between Donvale and Surrey Park. Donvale progressed through to the grand final by defeating Surrey Park by 4 points in the semi-final played here at Jubilee Park, while Surrey Park progressed through to the grand final by defeating Knox by 47 points. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we gather and pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that and respect all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are here today. Congratulations and best of luck to competing sides in today's decider. Officiating umpires for today's matches are, in the field is Dean O'Neill, Bailey O'Neill and Mitch Hart. On the boundary is Taruku Naksheb, Logan Shelton, Ben Triplow and Judd Woolharp. In the goal we have Oliver McKenzie and Sam Gannon. I'll now like to be upstanding with the players and umpires for the National Anthem of Australia.
Tell you what, I don't know about you boys, but the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up.
I'm with you, Besto.
It's a really special occasion when the National Anthem plays and it's finals, and you know that both sides, there's no next week. Of course, the winner will take the flag. The second, or the runner-up, obviously, will they'll be happy with getting here, but it's terribly disappointing to lose in a grand final. And I tell you what, it's going to be an absolute cracking game. High scoring, do you think, boys?
Absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me if it is high scoring. Both sides, when they're on their game, they can certainly open up the contest. And if it's late on, if it has been a slog, then it wouldn't surprise me if this game is wide open, Ryan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. It's a very exciting time. The two sides are well known now to grand finals. It's a crazy stat that you've got two sides who are playing off in a grand final for the third straight year, and they've followed the same format so far. They've had a loss, then a win. One of these sides will win today and go up to Division 2. The loser will remain in Division 3 for another year. It's everything on the line today. It's a very exciting time.
Let's welcome a man who's been down he's very, very busy today because he's doing the MC duties down on the ground as well. Blake Tennant. Blakey, good to see you, mate. What's your tip for today?
I did put it in the record. Donvale to win by 24 points today. I think they've been the best team. They've been the benchmark team all season long, and I just can't see them dropping it today. I know it's going to be tough. I know grand finals are a different story, but I think where you got the class at Donvale, I'm going to go with Donvale today.
I suppose the other thing we have to bear in mind too, and I'm not being criticising in any way, so no one take offence at this, but Donvale didn't get to come up last year when they won the third division.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it was. We all know the reasons why. So they've got a bit of a sort of almost a point to prove. They've got to almost
chip on their shoulder a little bit.
They've got to win twice to get the reward that maybe they could have got last year if things had been different. So yeah.
It's a fascinating contest, and I'm just looking at that forward line again with Donvale. They've got match winners everywhere, and you can see obviously Murphy and Duncan out at full forward at the moment. Those two will be able to certainly make their impact. I believe Wayne Brasher already has a score for us around the grounds.
Yeah, both Park Orchards and Beaconsfield are already 1 point apiece, and East Ringwood have opened their scoring. They're 1 point to Bullen 0, both about 8 minutes into the first quarter.
Thanks, Brash. And also, boys, just I don't know if you mentioned it while I was off, but how good does the Surrey Hills jumper look on a grand final day? The history combined with the club, obviously Surrey Park, Surrey Hills, it's fantastic seeing. I'm sure there'll be quite a few Surrey Hills people out here at Jubilee Park today. Very pleased with that.
And Surrey Hills people potentially tuning into the stream as well, Besto.
Indeed, Joshy, take us away, mate.
Chris Allison up against Zach Haig in this first ruck contest. Haig won it down. Smith will run onto it first. Tries to get past his opponent, couldn't. Kenworthy wrapped up by Carl Heagney. This ball not going anywhere. That'll be tossed up forward of centre. Forward of centre for Donvale. As Allison got a bit of a run up. He didn't get a clean tap down. Mine applies the tackle there.
So this is a key matchup as well. James Kenworthy on Kyle Higney. Should be an exciting battle on the wing, that one.
Absolutely. As Allison won that tap down. Zalak running onto it. Gets it back to his brother Christian. Bacon read it best. McCormack tries to dig it out, and getting the kick off the ground there is Donvale. David Holland sends it inside 50. Ken came in from the side. Allison there on the ground. Woods fumbling, and Marn is wrapped up. We'll have this ball tossed up. A minute played here And it's all locked up still.
So talking about Kyle Higney, he was terrific in, I think it was the round 1 match we watched. He was absolutely outstanding, so he'll be one to watch today as Surrey Park get it forward. It's not really going anywhere. It's almost gone straight up in there. Awkward bounce. Mill goes back. He's got a bit of work to do. He takes possession, but it's been hacked away downfield, so it's going to go inside 50, is it? It is indeed, so a little bit of pressure on here. Bouncing there for Mundy. He soccers it towards goal, and almost the first goal, just missing to the right. So an early opportunity for Surrey. And they get the first score of the game. It is a minor one, and they lead by a point
Boundary.
down there. As we get into the boundary, boys, while we got you, what's the wind like down there? Is there any wind?
It's about mid-level. It comes in and out. For the most part, I think it's a pretty soft breeze, but it's going down towards Surrey Park's end. I've also got some matchups for you, gentlemen, down in Surrey Park's forward line. Carl Wignall has gone to Lockie Summers, Nathan Mill has gone to Jake Summers, and Max Otten has gone to Jasper Mundy.
And Josh, Jake Summers burning his brother who was wide open.
He'll appreciate that as Otten got the kick back.
That'll get brought up at Christmas.
Oh, absolutely it will as James Rouser has it at the right half-back flank for Donvale on the far side. Long down the line, Sardis parked underneath this, couldn't take the mark, Cant's there to mop up. Goes in the direction of Lachlan Summers. It's cut off by Luke Wignall. Played a bit more senior footy this year, part of Donvale's reserves premiership last year. His kick was a dangerous one. Can got the double pump. Holland just looks to slap it forward in the direction of Harrison Giles. Breaking his way through there was Kyle Wignall. Sends it to Mahali Zalak. Onto the right half forward flank he goes. Matthew Day working his way up the ground, looking in the direction of Nick Murphy, who takes the mark. And it's in the right pocket for Nick Murphy, who's just going to be absolutely crucial inside forward 50 for Donvale today. He can, from what I've been told, he might have kicked 4 last time Donvale and Surrey Park played in that second semi-final as he goes short. Poor marking from the Surrey defence. And Jake McCormack can take the mark and go back and potentially kick the first goal of this Division 3 decider.
They've been really set up well, Donvale. That intercept mark there taken by Luke Wignall was really superb there. And just the composure that they're having with the short kicks, Josh.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes in defence, potentially filling the void that James Pearl leaves. As McCormack comes in and gets the first goal. And the celebration as well afterwards from Jake McCormack. Donvale on the board first, 1 straight 6. Surrey Park 1 behind, 3.5 minutes gone, first quarter on the Video Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, great transition football and smart for Murphy just to open his eyes and look at the short option rather than take the ping from pretty much the impossible angle out there at Jubilee Park.
Just the trust of it as well is even superb. You know, we all know Murphy's a sensational player, we know that, but just to back McCormack in then was pretty sensational.
Boundary.
Yep. Let's go down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
So a few matchups down in Donvale's forward line. Lockie Peters has gone to Nick Murphy. Haynes has gone to Tommy Tout. And I'll have the one for Ethan Duncan, Ethan Duncan for you shortly.
Thanks, Jared. As Zalek bursts out of the middle, goes inside 50. Where's the big man? There he is. We were just talking about him, and Nick Murphy comes out and takes a chest mark. And he's going to go back for his first shot at goal of the day. So he's been overshadowed a bit this year, Nick Murphy, in the goal-kicking stakes, because Duncan's kicked 70, but Murphy's still done all right with his 46, but he's been the pivot and the spearhead of this team for so long, but playing maybe a slightly different role these days. And here he is for a chance to kick Donvale's second, probably from about 35, I'm picking, by the time he kicks it. Left foot kick on its way, and he splits the middle. So Nick Murphy gets another one. It's his first of the day, second for Donvale, and they're off to a bit of a fly here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 5. They lead 2 goals straight to 1 behind. Just
seeing what I just saw there at the centre of the ground. Did everyone see how good, you know, everyone was getting around each other from Donvale today?
Yeah.
You know, just the confidence and just to get around each other is what you need in a grand final. Where Surrey, they're just hands on the hips, I feel like. So you've got to have your heads up all the time on grand final day. You've got to be up and about from the get-go. I know things haven't gone Surrey Park's way, but you just got to be up and about. I haven't seen that.
Zalek very good out the middle too.
Yeah, it was.
As Haig won it down. Running onto there's Chris Tout, and his kick was a good one. Found Nick Day, the late inclusion for Donvale. Goes to the goal square. Murphy's there again! Oh. Lachlan Peters has had his work cut out from him against Nick Murphy, and Murphy can go back and had a second goal along with a goal assist.
And you can't really blame the defenders. They get killed out of the middle. That's 2 times in a row they've walked it out.
As Murphy struts his way in, gets Donvale's third.
And that's certainly going to come back to those centre clearances, how easily the last 2 have come out of that Donvale midfield, and they've been able to hit up targets, and they're already looking dangerous. They cannot put this Surrey Park defence under more pressure than they already are against this Donvale attacking lineup.
Boundary side to Jared Beanland.
My mistake before. George Haynes has actually gone to Ethan Duncan, not Tommy Towton. Just looking at these centre clearances, I really feel like Surrey Park's feeling the absence of Jack Mann.
There's a real lull in the crowd at the moment as well. I think everybody's a bit shell-shocked because these opening few minutes, they've just been unbelievable by Donvale. Surrey can't even get it past the centre line, but it's all really like, it's like a bit of an eerie feeling for such a big crowd down here.
Brash, you've got some scores?
Yeah, Beaconsfield 1-1-7 leading, Park Orchards 1 behind, 15 minutes into the first quarter.
It's a really good point actually about Jack Mann because he's been terrific.
He's in the middle. He's in the middle.
Oh, he is.
He just hasn't had too much of an impact early.
Yep. I thought you said he was out. I was going to say I've got him on my score sheet, but fair enough. All right, or team sheet should I say. So umpire to throw it up again. Up it goes. Won by Haig, one of the survivors of that 2017 flag. Now they go forward. Here's the kick inside 50. Where's Murphy this time? Gets over the back, and in the end it's easily going to be cut off back there by Haynes. How good's he been this season, George Haynes? Been terrific. He's a real rock down back, a little chip inside. Bit dangerous, but they find it, Margaret. Sardis gets a kick into the middle of the ground, but he's turned it over. That's not a great effort. So now it's Luke Wignall, brother Kyle playing today as well, going to the hot spot, gets right over the back. Back they go. They want a bit of pressure. Nicely done there by Sardis. They've got to get out of this. They do pretty well through and there's Mann. Sorry, it is Mann, sorry. And a snap across the face, a goal. It's still dangerous. Knocked back into play. Bouncing. Oh, that might be a high shot. It is. It's going to be a free kick to Surrey Park, and they'll come out of defence.
Lachlan Bacon goes short to Nick Can. Got plenty of real estate in the middle of Jubilee Park. Sends it long in the direction of Tayden Vitaka. Went over his head. Smith's gone deep down forward. Vitaka still ran onto it. He can dribble it through for Surrey Park's first goal. He does! That's a much-needed response for Surrey Park, and it comes through Tayden Vitaka. Donvale 3 straight 18. Surrey Park 1-1-7. Brash, you've got some scores.
Yeah, Premier Division. East Ringwood 1-2-8 leading Baldwin 1 straight. 15 minutes into the first quarter.
And on that play, beautiful transition. It was the first time they really looked strong going on the outside and finding Vitaka to that second effort to finish off. And much needed goal because, again, they lost the centre clearance, Blake, and had to do the work from the back line.
And they just trust themselves to go through the middle of the ground and take a corridor as well.
So they get the hit out at this time, Surrey Park, knocked forward, but they are getting beaten quite badly out of the middle, but they did win that one as the ball goes out wide. Wignall's there, can't take the mark. Fighting with the contest there, but can't quite take it. One of the Surrey players got pulled off the ball there. Might have been a case for a free kick. Goldsmith goes forward to about half forward, right over the top, and that's a terrific mark taken there by Sardis. He's had plenty of it early. So Sardis looking around, and he decides to go into the middle of the ground where there's plenty of space. That's ridiculous having that amount of space. Now Glare's kick, but he's turned it over, and it's the experienced Maxi Otten who comes off half-back.
Goes in the direction of James Rouse. I've got Sam Naidu for company. Naidu applied a strong tackle. Still got a handball away, did Rouse it to Ben Lyle and gets a high free kick. Handballs it immediately to Max Son. Was corralled almost by Bacon, but still gets his kick deep inside 50. Duncan was there, was spoiled from behind. Donvale have the numbers on the ground. And picking it up, they're getting it to Jordovic, who's going to go a snap-on goal. Surrey have the goalkeeper on the line, and that's George Haynes. Donvale's first minor score of this game, 3-1-19. Surrey Park 1-1-7, 9 and 3/4 minutes gone. First quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Nicely tipped over the bar by Georgie Haynes here.
Had a massive game last weekend as well.
He did. He was watching a bit of that footage earlier during the week. 19-7 as the kick comes out. Good 1-2 finds Can. Nick Can off to the races. Decides to send a long kick forward. It's not a particularly, and it bounces awkwardly too, so it actually turned out to be pretty good. It's Cameron now bringing it out for Donvale. Kicked forward and he finds, in fact, he's turned it over. So they're going to go inside 50 here, the Surrey Park side. There's the kick. Can they find a target? No, they can't. It's been cut off. And for the moment, it's Donvale who will work it out. Nice kick finds Hollands.
Has it at the left half back flank for Donvale, right on his defensive 50. Kick was to It's too slow there in the end for Adam Cameron. Jake Summers came in from the side.
down.
As we cross down boundary side to Ben Warren Smith.
Yeah, just a note on Surrey Park. They're moving the ball really well through the middle, but their skills are letting them down at the moment. Some really real opportunities in the last few moments. Just those unforced errors are really hurting them.
Allison won the tap down. Can't follow up his own work. It's Goldsmith who just sends it long in the direction of Ben Lyle. Can will run onto it first. Tries to evade Lyle. He does. Duncan comes in from behind and gets the holding the ball free kick. Brilliant play from Ethan Duncan. He's got Nick Murphy deep. Looks like George Haynes has gone to him. Haynes got the spoil in, and he might pick up this ground ball. He's corralled out of bounds by James Rouse. Right forward pocket for Donvale, around 20 metres out from their goal.
Well done to Haynes there, because those one-on-one battles are going to be crucial, and he's certainly going to be under a lot of pressure today on Murphy. You know there's going to be a lot of ball directed that way.
So if anyone's going to stop Murphy, it would be George Haynes. So that's an interesting matchup as Hay tries to take it out of the ruck, but the ball spills away. These Rouse are getting it back. Gets a little handball off. Now they'll go inside 50. The left foot kick to the hot spot has been smothered. In fact, with completely on the side of the board. Mark Giles it is. So
watch the celebration if this goes through too.
So here he comes. This will be goal number 4 if they kick this. So this would be some start in this grand final. We're up to 12 minutes played. No excuses for not kicking well today. Conditions absolutely fantastic. The ground looks like a carpet. So here he comes. He's the kick on the way, and he split the middle, so that's a goal. Another one for Giles, or another one for Donvale. Giles gets his first of the day, and it's not getting ugly yet, but 4 goals, 125, playing 117 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Some worrying signs for the Surrey Park side after 12 minutes.
Yeah, just really got to compose themselves here, because I know it's only 3 goals the margin, but if it plays out the way it's going in the next 10 minutes, suddenly you've got a massive uphill to climb. So they've got to limit their scoring while getting a couple back themselves.
Just got to lock it in there, attacking half Surrey Park as Allison gets it in that direction, but Mihaly Zalak will send it forward for Donvale. Woods went the spoil, gets it in the direction of Mahon. He gets it from Hendon. Mahan's handball wasn't great. Hendon's there on the ground. And they wrap up Mihaly Zalak. Get it out through the Surrey Park duo. Kennedy to his coach, Kenworthy. Got Garvin on this broadcast side. He gets it to him now. Garvin looks to go in the middle of the ground in the direction of Brennan Fallahay. Had front position on Adam Cameron. Got Jake Summers calling for it deep. And Tom Smith as well. Smith flies, couldn't take the mark. Holland's there on the ground. Taps it in front of him. Mundy trying to force him into a turnover, and he does now. Summers goes back to Kenworthy, who was dispossessed by Goldsmith. Naidu sends it inside 50. A pretty decent kick. It was overcooked for Hendon though. Looks in Smith. Might run onto this. Up against Christian Zalak. That's a very interesting matchup. He goes back to Chris Sardis. Dances his way out of trouble. Goes inside 50. Fallahay with the fly. Couldn't take the mark. Mundy's there on the ground. On there to clean up, and he'll rebound for Donvale.
So Donvale broke it out. Good little period there, but they couldn't quite finish it off. Surrey Park, but they're looking a little bit more likely. Now the little handball off, and they're out here. Donvale, they can come forward again. There's the kick to about half forward. Bouncing around there, no one gets it, but they've got Surrey Park defenders back there, and they'll be safe. Little chip inside, and the mark is taken. So Surrey will come forward again. Kick into the middle of the ground. Not a particularly good one there. Hendon was there, but he couldn't take it. But it's still, Surrey Park have still got it, and they're out. Umpire says play on. I thought I heard the whistle there, but the kick goes inside 50, and the mark is taken, and it's Brennan Fallahay. Hasn't seen that much of it early, but he's, in fact, he's going to give it off. Sorry, Jared, we'll come down to you in a moment. And the mark is taken there by Kennedy.
Before we go to the boundary, the work rate from Kennedy to set that up and then push forward to be able to now have a set shot. Well done.
So we'll just hold off before we go to the boundary while Ron Kennedy takes a shot at goal.
And one of the key players in this side, he probably goes a little underrated for a guy who's played over 150 games and a real talented midfielder.
So Ryan Kennedy, they could do with this one. This will bring it back to a 12-point lead, and for all Donvale's dominance, that'd be a pretty good result. Comes in slightly stuttery, run up. There's the kick, and the crowd behind the goal went up pretty early. So Kennedy puts it through. That's the second for Donvale, and they close the gap. 25 plays, 13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's head down to the boundary.
Yeah, going back a couple of plays, that goal was generated from a rebound where Surrey Park had it up their end for quite a while. Donvale were on the counter-attack. They were out in the open, but Surrey Park defence, they had the wherewithal to drop back, and they were able to cover off that attack and rebound, and it ended up in that goal. So it was impressive stuff, work rate from the Surrey Park defenders.
Brash in the score centre.
22 minutes into the first quarter, Park Orchards 4-2-26, leading Beaconsfield 3-2-20.
Ryan Simmons got the tap down. Giles will run onto it under pressure from Hendon, but still escapes. Takes a bounce, takes a second bounce. He doesn't decide to take a third. Looks in the direction of Lyle. Sardis came in from the side and took a great mark. 30 disposals last week, Chris Sardis. Been terrific since coming back to Surrey Park after spending the last couple of years at Blackburn, I should say. As Can gets the free kick. Advantage paid. Kennedy in the middle of Jubilee Park, sends it in the Tom Smith direction. Zalak with a really good mark, and he plays on immediately. We'll get this ball back under pressure from Renan Fallahay. It's a pressure cooker out here at Jubilee Park. And a brilliant tackle from Renan Fallahay. Looks to send it in the Tatum Vitaka direction. Has Nathan Mill for company. And there's a holding free kick going in the direction of Nathan Mill. Not the right decision there from Fallahay.
So ball coming back in from Donvale. Isn't it great to see all the people behind the goals?
Yeah.
It's just a totally different atmosphere, isn't it? Obviously, because we're at a grand final, but it's wonderful to see as Hegney gets it in the back pocket. It's the kick down towards the tall men. Up they fly. Mark not taken. Rouser was there, couldn't take it. Ball spills out. Still there, though, as Goldsmith gets worried off it. Now it was Fallahay who got a handball away. It's all over the place at the moment. Falls eventually into the hands there of Giles, who'll go forward. He runs. Has a bounce, Giles. He could kick this, Giles. He slams it on the boot, and I think he's missed. He has. It looked really promising as he stormed into goal. He'd be disappointed. He probably should have kicked that.
Boundary.
But he gets a point, and we'll go to the score centre, and then we'll go down to the boundary.
Yeah, East Ringwood 3-2-20 at the 24-minute mark, leading Balwyn 2 straight 12.
Boundary side to Jared Beanland.
At ground level, it really feels like Surrey Park's pressure has ramped up in the past few minutes.
Haynes will take this kick in for Surrey Park. Looks to this broadcast side. Got Summers leading up, and he finds him. Two former Premier Division players going head-to-head there. Jake Summers and Max On. Summers one out. He looks to go down the line. It'll be turned over. No, it won't be. Day couldn't grasp the mark. Wrapped up by Taden Vitaka and Connor Ryan Simmons. Umpire will call for it. Bang on true centre wing on this broadcast side. Right in front of us out here at Jubilee Park. Day won the tap down. Looking for Zalak. He'll run onto it eventually despite some pressure from Naidu. Too much pressure. And Mahali Zalak will take this free kick, the former Doncaster man. Once again on true centre wing, right on the cusp of the centre square as umpire will call him back on his mark.
It's been very noticeable very early on.
Absolutely, he has been. As he goes inside 50, out the back, Peters. And there is a free kick going to Nick Can after Ethan Duncan tried to crash the pack there, Besto.
Yeah, pretty blatant push that one. I think even I could see that in my eyesight's pretty ordinary. So Surrey bring it out, slams it into the middle of the ground, finds a target, so good kick. Now they'll wheel around and they'll send it forward. Sorry, another inside 50 coming up here. Can they get on the end of it? It's bouncing towards goal. It's going to be dangerous, but it just beats everyone through. That was an opportunity, but it, in the end, wasn't the best of kicks, and it's gone through for a point. So we're nearly into time on. We're coming up to 19 minutes, and it's 26 playing 14 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 and Facebook and YouTube.
David Olin will take this kick in for Donvale. As he saw that one through for a minor score. Goes to this broadcast side. Zalak will come in. Nearly took a great mark. Surrey have the numbers on the ground. Summers, handball to Hoffa Smith. It was taken high by Tommy Tout was Tom Smith. And he's certainly someone, we know what he's capable of, Tom Smith.
Definitely. I think I touched on he would have a lot of Eastland Sports Go vouchers. He
would.
He's a very big player in a big game time, and this is a big moment in the game, this one.
We did Surrey a couple of weeks ago, and he was outstanding. So
2 goals, he kicked best,
yep, absolutely.
So he's made for it, boys.
Absolutely, as he's kicking from a slide angle just inside the 50-metre arc out here at Jubilee Park as he slowly struts his way towards the big sticks. The right.
Give him the big wind up and look what
you give him a build up,
yeah,
and then they let you down.
But they on Surrey Park though, they've really started to settle after a very nervy first 10 minutes. Blake, they've just found a bit more of they found their feet. They've been able to stop the scoring from Donvale, and create a few opportunities themselves. Now it's just converting them.
Just the centre of the ground transition stuff that they're doing is just through the roof at the moment, going away in Surrey Park. But yeah, it's an interesting.
So Max went to collect the ball and he got a fair bit of
some kind words.
Yeah, you got a bit of advice from the supporters behind the goals. It's a good point that you make, Ryan, though, because this is not an ordinary game. I mean, we're going to have the nerve factors and the things that you're seeing, the mistakes, a lot of them are going to be through anxiety and nerves and things like that. So it's coming away with the ball now is Donvale. They go out wide and the marker's taken over there. And the other thing, too, is the heat. If you look at some of the players, you can see there's a fair bit of sweat. So it's obviously quite warm down there. Warmer than we expect.
Yeah, rotations be high.
Yep. And just even looking at some of the guys coming off the ground as Higney tries to get around his man, he handballs it to himself, toes it away, but in the end it was a bit of a nothing.
A bit ambitious.
Yep. A little bit.
I just feel like as well, it's going to be the team. You know, I know it's the first quarter, but it's going to take the moment's best day and who wants it the most. And that's just how I feel in this grand final. And at the moment, it's going Donvale's way, but Surrey is just still going strong, which is really good.
Absolutely, long way to go yet. As went to the ruck that time, it was day, but the umpire says we will have a throw in because it's gone straight back out of bounds again. So
it's early days, best day, but just saying it's the team that takes the moment.
Absolutely, no, I'm completely agreeing with you, Blake. So when it goes again, Day into the ruck that time, but he got beaten to the ball that time by Ryan Simmons. Ball picked up over there by Rouser, sorry, I'll get it right. I have this problem every year. It's Wignall. Now he gets it onto the boot. He slams it forward, but it's not a particularly good kick, and it's been cut off pretty comfortably over there in Surrey Park to bring it out.
Nick Can looks in the direction of George Haynes. Will now go up against two Donvale players. He can't pick it up cleanly. Might have been held without it. He was. Too much pressure from Caleb Jordovic. And that was a dangerous kick there from Nick Can. Haynes ran onto it eventually, and he decides to go short because he's got Jasper Mundy all by himself at the right half forward flank, around 55 metres out from goal. Got Jake Summers calling for it deep. He heads in that direction, can't clunk the mark. There's going to be a push in the back free kick, and it's going to go to Luke Wignall, who looks like he's playing in defence, potentially in position for James Powell, who, as we mentioned, was suspended this week.
So what did you get? Just the one game?
2 weeks.
I think 2 weeks. So Luke Wignall will take this free kick. Was part of that reserves premiership last year for Donvale. As his kick fell short of Rouser. Mundy's there to clean up. He sends it in the direction of the goal. Brilliant, Jasper Mundy. And it's a 5-point ball game out here at Jubilee Park. 3-3-21 Surrey Park. 4-2-26 Donvale. Brashen with some scores.
Yeah, quarter time at Bayswater. East Ringwood 3-2-20 leading Balwyn 3 straight 18.
I'll have to see the kick again. It looked more of a floater that just it was on track and he got the distance on it, and that's all that matters.
He's loving this little celebration.
He is nicknamed the ball is Jasper Mundy as we cross down boundary side to Ben Warren Smith.
Well, those people who are old enough to remember Peter Sumich, it was every bit of a helicopter punt special, that one.
Yep. So much needed goal for the Surrey Park side as they get back within a kick. Good game this one. 23 minutes gone in the first term.
Ball's on the board.
So 26-21. Hay got to the head out that time and they burst out of the middle. Donvale. Hay trying to get him there again. Bouncing around all over the place. McCormick ran past it. Wignall was in there. He can't get it either. Throwing himself in there desperately was Day. I tell you what, it's pretty willing now. Haig decides just to try and find a target. It's a one-on-one. Plenty of holding over there, but the umpire said nothing doing. It might have even been some front-on contact as well. But it's gone out of bounds. Let's go to Brace, in the score centre.
Yeah, quarter time in the First Division preliminary final at Baronia Park Orchards 4-2-26, leading Beaconsfield 3-2-20.
Got a couple of belters going on today, guys.
Umpire throws it on these Haig. He gets his kick smothered as he tried to get a snap on goal on the ground. And the umpire says we will wrap it up as it's taken there. And a bit of pushing and shoving. Sutherland on the bottom of that. Got to get this out of the system early because the anxiety levels, as I say, will be very high. Couldn't take it there, Haig, into the arms there for a moment of Tout, and we're back into the same situation. Get us going, Josh. Nothing much happening.
Let's see what happens from here as ball tossed back up. Haig nearly took matters into his own hands. Nearly diving onto it there. Was Rouser wrapped up. In fact, that was Chris Tout. Of course, came across along with Tommy Tout in the mid-season, and Christian Zalak to Donvale to strengthen what was already a very strong lineup. As Haig, the backwards tap, there is Jordovic. Gets the goal. That's brilliant play from Donvale. What a tap from Zach Haig. We're just getting the replay up on the screen, but Zach Haig with the brilliant tap. Jordovic got some separation on Nick Can, and he gets his first. Donvale get their 11-point lead back. 5-2-32. Surrey Park 3-3-21. 25 minutes gone. First quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Blake.
Got to remember how young this guy is and how good this kid's going. He's through the roof, and big time stage as well. Big kick there, and just to get that break, they just need that little bit of a break to Donvale.
And the advantage for the tap out from Haig was, that is why he's one of the best ruckmen in this division, if not the best.
Yeah, just going to say the guy with the biggest smile on his face will be Kevin Collins, because that would have been born on the training track. That was copybook stuff. And there's going to be a free kick out of the middle. Speaking of Haig, he's going to take it as well. So he slams it on the boot. They won't want to concede another one close to quarter time. Up they fly. Duncan got there, couldn't take it. Then it was Day who's been socketed away there on the boot of Kenworthy, the coach, and it's gone out of bounds over there on the far side. So 32 plays 21. We've had 26 minutes gone in the first term. So what have we had? 8 goals. So there might be a bit of time to go. It's been quite an open game, quite free flowing. So umpire to throw it in. He gets plenty of height on it. Doesn't necessarily get the distance. Haig grabs it out of the ruck. He'll do well to get rid of it. It's taken out of his hands. And the umpire says free kick to Surrey Park.
Kane Hendon handballs it back to Jack Mann. Goes into the middle. It's a dangerous kick and it's cut off by Goldsmith. He goes back on his mark. In the middle of Jubilee Park. Got Cole Wignall wide open on the far side wing. Gets it to him now. There's Nick Can, looks like he's a bit sore coming onto the bench for Surrey Park. We'll keep a close eye on that one. As in the meanwhile, the kick short is a good one for Donvale.
Cross down.
We cross down boundary side to Ben Warren Smith.
Yeah, we just saw Nick Can come off. He's just clutching his right little finger, so I think he's probably just like the ball's hit it at an odd angle and he's just like bent it back. But he'll get that strapped and come straight back on.
As Lachlan Peters wrapped up Ethan Duncan, and we'll have a ball up inside forward 50 for Donvale.
So up it goes, Tommy Smith there, just lurking around the ball, but he couldn't get it that time, but it's still there as the ball goes in towards the hot spot. Up they fly, great mark, it's Nick Murphy again. I tell you what, he's just such a colossus in there. He must be so hard to play, and you almost need 2 players. And as that came in, there was probably, I'm just watching the replay, there might have been 2 or 3 Surrey players. Here's the kick coming in
with
now.
The kick, I reckon.
Yep, is it?
I think it was Jordovic with the kick, and
he's got to have the kick. Sorry, I thought you meant the shot.
Not the shot of goal. Jordovic with the set-up kick.
He's got to have the best hands in the competition.
Yeah.
Get it in his direction, you know he's going to mark it.
So he's had a significant impact on the game as the siren has gone. So Nick Murphy for his 3rd, and to give a Donvale a handy lead going into the quarter-time break. Kick on its way. You wouldn't back against him, but he has missed it. So that's a bit of wasted opportunity. So quarter time out here at Jubilee Park. It's the Division 3 Grand Final. It's 5-3-33 to 3-3-21 in favour of Donvale. Major goal kickers for Murphy for a couple for Donvale, and singles to Jordovic, Giles and McCormick. And all singles for the Surrey Park side. They've had goals to Vitaka, Mundy and Kennedy. Time for a break, and we'll come back and bring you all the action from the second term. Stay with us. It's Eastland match of the round and the big grand final out here at Jubilee Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels.
Of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au. or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
It's the Division 3 Grand Final out here at Jubilee Park, and what a cracking game we've got. It's a cracking day and a cracking game to match out here with the Eastland match of the round, of course, being the Grand Final today. And the quarter-time score, if you've just joined us, it's Donvale 5-3-33, leading 3-3-21 to Surrey Park on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Boys, Surrey Park, they've had their moments in this first term. It looked a bit ominous for them early, getting smashed in the midfield, but they've come back quite well. Joshy, what have you made of that first term?
Well, it was definitely a high-scoring first quarter, and hopefully that's a sign of things to come. You asked the question before the game started, Besto, will it be high-scoring? And based on that first quarter, it will be. As we cross down to Ben Warren Smith, who looks like he's alongside Surrey assistant coach Dave Miller.
Yeah, with assistant Dave Miller. Dave, it's a quarter time there. That first quarter, look, you gave away a few easy ones, but you did play pretty well in the middle part of that quarter. What's the message at quarter time? Because it's all about staying composed against that breeze, yeah?
It is, yeah. We said to the mids, they're going to play defensive roles this quarter. You know, Donvale got to us early. We were hoping that we'd be able to use this breeze, but we'll just work into it. We think we're a good enough side. We've got the leg speed, but our guys are just going to work harder in these stoppages.
Run and carry a bit in this second term?
Yeah, run and carry. You know, we've got some really dynamic forwards, and hopefully they can start rolling up forward and, you know, present up and give us some dangerous targets up there.
1 down, 3 to go. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, BWS.
Boundary.
Great close-up camera down there. You can see the pimples on BWS's forehead as we get into Jared Beelan on the boundary.
Thanks, gents. I was at the Donvale huddle. Kevin Collins was very happy, specifically with their clearance work, their stoppage work, the contested possession. They just want to be a little bit more accountable in defence when Surrey Park are able to transition from defence to attack. He also wanted his wingers to be a little bit more accountable for the Surrey Park wingers when they do go into attack, and they want to maintain a bit of a loose back as well when Surrey Park attack.
So let's pop down to Brash down the end. He's going to give us some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, Park Orchards 8 minutes into the second quarter, lead 5-2-32 to Beaconsfield 3-3-21, and in Premier League we have East Ringwood 4-3-27, currently leading Baldwin 4 straight goals. 8 minutes into the second quarter.
It's going to be a cracking game out there. It really is.
Shooting for Baldwin too.
Indeed. Blakey, what have you made of the first term?
Yeah, definitely. I think what you guys have been saying, the transition that Surrey have had, they've had a lot of opportunities. Excuse me. They've had a lot of opportunities, and they are starting to take them. But the start of the game, Donvale, it's just all Donvale. They fired the shot early, advantage Donvale to start the game. That's how I see it. But Surrey, they've done a lot of work at the back end of that first quarter.
Well, as mentioned, they've got to do a lot more work in the stoppages. They've got to get their hands on the footy first. That's where they really struggled at the start of that first term, giving away those centre clearances. So if they can control that, hit the scoreboard themselves, they're back in.
So a little bit of a breeze as well, which will play a factor as the umpire gets it in the middle, throws it up. Hay goes up high, gets the head out maybe. Rouse are charging through the middle. He sockers it off the ground. Good work. It's going to be a dangerous one if it can be marked. Almost taken there. Is it a free kick or a mark? Free kick, I think, to Duncan either way. Let's just wait for the umpire. Yes, it is going to be, well, either way, it's going to be a shot at goal for Duncan. And a chance for him to add to his already prolific total this season. 70 goals, would you believe, in this division. And he really has taken over the mantle as the sharpshooter from Nick Murphy in recent times.
If you had a look there, boys, just the way Donvale was set up in that midfield stoppage, out the back there, and they just got that clean possession through Rouser with that soccer off the ground there.
So Donvale continuing to dominate in the midfield. Here's Duncan. Nice looking sleeve as well as he comes in. He's got a bit on the leg as well. There's the kick, should go through, and he does. Kicking towards the Donvale supporters, so they're pretty happy about that, as is the man himself. And Duncan, he gets goal number 71 for the season, and a perfect start to kick off the second term at 6-3-39 to 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, again, too easy from the midfield. And again, it was James Rouser, of course, with the smart thinking of getting that ball inside 50 into space in front of the dangerous man of Duncan. That's their biggest strength. They've just got so many options up there.
Just so many talented midfielders as well, with the likes of Zalak really stepping up in this game. This ball toss back up into the middle. Haig won the backwards tap to Rouser. Out muscles two Surrey Park opponents. Can't get a clean handball away. On the meat and the sandwich.
And just the talent of Rouser. He's been tackled a few times like that, pretty heavy, but he's just strong enough to be able to still get his hands out.
Ball toss back up. There's a blocking free kick, and it'll go in the direction of Surrey Park's Chris Allison. Young up-and-coming ruckman had Hendon as a handball option, and Can as well. Just decides to go long in the direction of Jasper Mundy. Picked it up cleanly. Got Can running. He'll be tackled, but got it to his coach, Kem Worthy, who's wrapped up, and umpire will call for it. Inside forward 50 for Surrey Park. It's going on.
Let's get out of the boundary. It's getting a bit willing.
That was exactly what Kevin Collins was talking about at the break. The tackle was laid by Sam Goldsmith, one of the wingers, so they're already looking more defensive.
So taken out of the ruck there by Haig as he slams it onto the boot, into the middle of the ground. Good mark. Really good mark taken there by Can. So Can trying to find a target, and he does as well. Good kick finds, that's, I'm not sure who that is. Hendon it was too. Out towards Vitaka, ran past it. But now Donvale have got it. Back to Rouser. Up the line he goes, finds a target. So there's a chance for Donvale now to come forward. There's the kick towards the middle of the ground. And the mark, good mark taken over there. Ripping mark taken by Jordovic. So he's already kicked one today. He's too far out to score as he puts it onto the boot. He slams it to the goal square. I'll tell you what, he's got it. Never mind about too far out to score. It was a brilliant shepherd in the goal square that did the job as it was coming in, and that's goal number 2 for the big man in Jordovic. Thought he was too far out, but as we watch the replay, it was just a great shepherd you can see there, and the ball has gone through for another goal.
Boundary.
Let's go down to Jared on the boundary.
Yeah, it's looking a bit dangerous because that's what Donvale can do with the breeze, which is still pretty present here at ground level.
And just that, the kid is just amazing. You know, Jordovic, young fella bursting on the scene here. And to kick that's a almost 60-metre bomb, if you don't mind. So incredible stuff by Jordovic.
As Allison won the tap down, Marn the clearance to Naidu. Naidu sends it inside forward 50. Mundy couldn't pick it up cleanly under pressure from Brendan Fallahay. It's out the back now, and Adam Cameron goes short, finds Mahali Zalak. A really impressive game from Zalak in midfield, and looks for his captain in Rouser. Took the mark. Got a bit of a bump from Allison. Still jumped back up and goes back to this broadcast side wing. Tom Goldsmith working hard as always on a wing. Sends it inside forward 50. Can the third man up. Couldn't affect the contest. Murphy's there on the ground. Got a handball out to Duncan. He has a handball option and getting the shot on goal and just missing. I think that was Giles. It was. They're starting this second quarter on fire. Donvale 7-4-46. Surrey Park 3-3-21. 4 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second quarter.
And they seem to catch a few Surrey Park players out of position. You had Haig over the top as well. So they just had so many options there, and just a very dangerous next 5 minutes. They can lose the game from here if they don't. If they're not careful.
Yep, game on a knife edge, 24-point lead. They won't want to concede too many more. There's a little ball out the back for Taka. Sockers it forward, and it's going to be covered there by the Donvale defence, but they're still under a bit of pressure. That's not a great handball to Cameron. He didn't really have anywhere to go. Goldsmith, sorry. And his kick, and it's gone out of bounds. Let's go down to BWS.
Yeah, as you see the clouds come over, the wind actually has picked up a little bit down here. I'm going to call it every bit of 2 goals favouring Donvale's end.
So just waiting for play to resume here. Umpire to throw it in the right forward pocket. 25-point margin. So as we said, it's on that sort of dangerous zone. They won't want to concede too many more Surrey Park. They could do with a couple of quick ones themselves. They win it out of the ruck. There's Hay getting a kick to Jordovic. He snaps it, and I think it's just missed. Poster, in fact, hit the post, so another opportunity goes begging, but they're looking ominous. 47-21, 7-5-47, the 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 5.5 second term.
George Haynes with the kick in once again for Surrey Park. It looks to this broadcast side where Summers is up against Mill, and Summers took the strong grab despite some pressure from Nathan Mill. Two former Donny Eastmen going head to head there.
Yeah. I was going to say, don't mention Donny East.
I'm very sorry that I did now as Summers turns it over to Nick Day. Nick Day, grab a kick, still inside forward 50 for Donvale. It'll be picked up by Giles, running away from Lachlan Peters, sends it in the direction of Ethan Duncan, couldn't pick it up. Giles is there on the ground, he'll pick it up, can't complete it, and he'll get a holding free kick.
Yeah, it's there.
That was there, yep.
Great play.
That is brilliant play from Harrison Giles.
Cross.
We go down boundary side to Ben Warren Smith.
He's got to be one of the fastest players I've seen in this league. He's blitzing.
He absolutely is. And so far today, that speed has been on display as he can extend Donvale's lead.
I reckon the motorbike will come out.
We'll see. As he comes in now, misses.
Ooh.
The Donvale faithful behind the goal tried to juke the goal umpire, but he wasn't having any of it. 7-6-48 Donvale, 3-3-21 Surrey Park.
They desperately need the next goal, Surrey Park, because if Donvale get another, the pressure's on them so much now.
So turning into Moz City up here. Every time we say someone's going to kick a goal, they miss. As the ball goes out wide. It's a nice safe kick too to find Jake Summers. Spending a bit of time in defence at the moment as he slams it down the line. Trying to find a target up, they fly. Hay got to the front spot, knocks it down into the hands of number 11 and Zellick. He's had so much of the footy so far. Probably best on as he gets the kick towards Murphy, who takes possession of the ball. But even the big strong man in Murphy can't get past two defenders. And he's wrapped up. One of those was George Haynes. And we'll have a ball up in the right forward pocket. So had a bit of cloud come over, but the sun's still poking its way through as they work it out off defence here. Surrey Park, they need to be sure by hands. They get it out wide. Going back is Peters. Now Peters puts it down the line, trying to find a target, but he's turned it over. Bit of a story so far, and here they come again, the Donvale side. They'll go inside 50. Can they get a mark? Up they fly, almost taken there. Ball on the ground. They'll get it out, though. That's Peters. He gets it out. In fact, it's a nice kick, and he'll get it out to the coach in Kenworthy.
Looks to go short to Summers. Heagney came running in, and he took the intercept possession. Got it to Towd. Heagney will get it back. Sends it in the direction of James Rouse. Sidus came flying in from the side. Matthew Day is there on the ground. Shrugs off Jack Woods. Gets it to his brother Nick. Goes the snap. It'll be punched through by Lachlan Peters. They are under the pump out here at Jubilee Park, Surrey Park. 7-7-49 Donvale, Surrey Park 3-3-21. Brush with some scores.
17 minutes into the second quarter. Baldwin have hit the front 5 straight 30. East Ringwood 4-4-28.
Cross down.
Down to BWS on the boundary.
And Nick Murphy, absolutely ropeable. He didn't receive the handball over the top then.
So there's the kick inside. A little bit of a dodgy one, but it finds Garvin and they're out here. Nice little kick
They're
there.
out here, boys.
Long kick, and that's beautifully taken there by Mundy. Gets a handball off, and the quick hands. Mundy gets it back. Great return play. Here's an opportunity. He's going to go for goal. Puts it onto the left boot, and it's going to come up short. I tried to shepherd it through.
Yeah, free kick.
It's a free kick. That is a free kick.
They're going to be lucky that they get a free kick out of it because Fallahay was over the top, had no one near him, so had the short option, but it all works out, doesn't it?
So let's just watch the replay. Yeah, it was probably there. Maybe it was a bit soft, but nonetheless, umpire says free kick and it's a goal. So it's is that Mundy that put that through?
Vitaka.
Vitaka, sorry. So Vitaka puts it through and a much-needed goal. That's his second of the day. And Surrey Park, they just keep hanging around. 49-27, 22-point margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Nearly 10 minutes gone, down to Jared on the boundary.
Yeah, they've not lost their dare, have they, Surrey Park? They're under the pump in defence, but it's good to see that their transition work, they're able to take the risk. I think it was Cal Garvin who just played on immediately, instinctively even, and that resulted in a goal. Fortune favours the brave here in grand finals.
And they have to keep it, don't they? They have to keep playing that way because they can't lose their identity and play into Donvale's hands. That's correct.
Some scores.
Brad, 20 minutes into the second quarter, Park Orchards 5-2-32, leading Beaconsfield 4-5-29.
Contest out there at Tormore Reserve between the Sharks and the Eagles as Haig on the tap down. Bacon the clearance. Will Vitaka or Zalak win the foot race? It might be Mundy. He runs onto it now. Can't take complete control of it. Just taps it forward in the favour of Donvale. Got a handball away to Cal Garvin. Sends it inside 50 in the Fallahay direction. Getting a hand in was Luke Wignall. Fallahay got a handball option in Taden Vitaka. Kick misses everything. Too ambitious there, Blake.
Yeah, it was. But, back to what we were saying about then, how they're just keeping in there. They've just got to be resilient here, Surrey Park. They've got to stay behind. They've got to keep going. They're just going to hang in there. They've got to hang in there. The next 5 minutes is crucial for them.
Absolutely. If they can snag a goal too, they'd be pretty happy. It'd still be a pretty decent buffer as Tommy Tout looks for Mahali Zalak. Chris Tout's there on the ground. His kick was a good one to Matthew Day. They've moved this quickly again, have Donvale send it in the direction of Nick Murphy, who has some separation on George Haynes. Murphy got the kick off the ground. It'll be cut off here by Nick Can, who's corralled by Lyle, but gets a short kick to Sardis.
A late short kick to Sardis, but it wasn't a mark. It went along the ground, but Sardis does pretty well. Floats it out wide. Hegney takes the mark, so it's going to come back. So they get it out, but as fast as they get it out, it comes back. There's the kick. Can they get a mark? It's plenty of defenders back there, and the punch comes in. Good work there by Peters. He gets hold of it too, and in fact, that's the kick off the boot now of Can. Can gets it out, trying to find a teammate on the ground. Smith's in there, can't quite get his hands on it. Bursting away there is Kenworthy. The coach, he has a couple of bounces. Now he puts it in field. Its kick's been smothered, and Donvale have turned this over again. It's all over the place at the moment as the ball comes back, and now it's back in the hands of Surrey. Smith streaming through the middle. Can he hit a target? Almost. Ball knocked away there. Desperate defence by Donvale. Just doing enough. Picked up over there by McCormack. He got shrugged. Calling for the high tackle. It was Goldsmith, in fact. And they're calling for the ball. That might be holding the ball, is it?
Yep.
Yep, that is. So it's going to go the way of Surrey Park. So a free kick for them and a chance to bring it out.
It's going to Donvale, in fact. Adam Cameron.
Donvale, sorry. Yeah, there's two.
It is a great tackle there as Cameron goes short to Ben Lyle, who's right in front of us, around one or two kicks from goal as he sends it in the Murphy direction. It's Haig there, just got a kick out of thin air. Rouser picked it up really cleanly. He was wrapped up by Kane Hendon. Just noticed on the far side there before as well, the sign for the Zalaks as well, as you might be able to pick it up sometime soon on the Facebook and YouTube stream. There it is, the Zalaks rule. Surrey Park clear. Connor Ryan Simmons to Hendon to Jasper Mundy, who's worked really hard in this second quarter in this entire contest. Takes two bounces, takes a third, can take a fourth, can run into an open goal. In fact, he misses. Jeez, that would have been a great goal from Jasper Mundy.
And the crowd behind the goals would have gone off.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. 4-4-28, Surrey Park.
But that is their strength, isn't it? Their run and the outside run that they've got, which won them a grand final last year, they've got to keep that. They've got to be able to maintain that.
It was special from Zellick, but he just couldn't finish it up. Bacon, it was, sorry. But now it's in the hands of Zellick, who'll bring it out. Here's the kick out towards the halfback flank. It bounces into the hands of Rouser. Here's the kick forward. It's going back to plenty of defenders back there, but Can got a horrible bounce under a bit of pressure. Floats it back inside. Mark is taken. Good work. Surrey Park to bring it out. Kick it in the middle of the ground. Gets right over the top. And in fact, it's been taken there. Good work by Kennedy. One goal to him today. Kennedy tries to find a target. Good kick. And he picks out a man in Mundy. So Jasper Mundy has also kicked one today. And he's kicked 18 for the season, so 19 now with that one. And this is a big kick. We saw him have that little period of play before, and if he'd kicked that would have been some goal, but couldn't quite do it. But he could possibly kick this one.
He won't kick this one.
He needs to kick this one.
Oh,
Who did that come from?
Was it the Oracle?
We'll never know. There's the kick on its way, and it's not going to give the legs off hands, and Max Sutton just happy to take it through. So whoever that was, mystery man, they were right. Through for a minor score. The margin is 20 after 14 and a half.
How does that work if you create a Moz but also get it correct?
The mystery man, he's a smart man as Sutton takes this kick in. Goldsmith all by himself. Took the mark ahead of Garvin in the end, who gave him a bit of a nice push afterwards. So he has it at the right half back flank for Donvale. Sends it to the right half forward flank for them. Duncan got hands onto it, so did Peters. Managed to get a handball away somehow. It's out here to Angus Sutherland, onto his left. Goes short to Lachlan Summers. A really good mark taken there. Summers looks inboard because he's got Connor Ryan Simmons running for him. Bounced in favour him. He still evades. Zach Haig goes short because Sam Naidu was there. That's great play from Surrey Park. And Sam Naidu from almost directly in front, around 30 metres out, can make it a 14-point ball game here, Ryan.
And that's what happens when they can take the game on. They look exciting now. They're starting to hit up targets in their forward 50. It's all about converting them now.
Absolutely, as Naidu comes in now from directly in front. Gets it there. Goal umpire had to work, but Sam Naidu has his first, and Surrey Park's fifth, 5-5-35, the Panthers, Donvale 7-7-49. We've played 15 and 3/4 minutes in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just the feel of the game too, to be only looking at the margin now, 14 points.
Yeah.
The early stage of the second quarter, Donvale missed a couple opportunities. That margin suddenly blows out to a very, past that 5 to 6 goal mark, and it's in a dangerous spot. But they've just worked their way, and they've been able to stick to their game plan, and it's working so far. Brashford scores.
Yeah, Baldwin 6 straight 36 lead. East Ringwood 4-5-29 on the stroke of half time.
So bursting out of the middle there is Marn. He slams it inside. If they could get another one, that'd be fantastic. That's bursting away there nicely was Mundy. Wheels onto the left foot. Now he goes to the hot spot. Can they get a mark? Vitaka's there, but plenty of defenders in front of him. Now they get a little handball off. Big opportunity, Naidu. He gives a handball off. This has got to be a goal. Lockie Summers, he's missed. He has missed. Well,
boundary.
They did all the hard work, but they just couldn't finish it off, and it's through for a minor score. Down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
If Donvale has a weakness, it's a couple of weaknesses. It's guarding the corridor for a start. We've seen Surrey Park be able to move the ball through the corridor pretty easily at times, and also just in the back end of quarters, Surrey Park's speed just seems to come to the fore, and Donvale look a little out of legs.
It probably works for them that they do have those legs, because they've had a tough final series, Surrey Park playing every week, and a lot of quick players out there.
As on will take this kick in. Donvale leading by 13 points, 49-36. As Haig pushed out Kenworthy legally. Will pick up this ball, get it back to Tom Goldsmith. Goldsmith goes over the top looking for Jordovic. Instead it's cut off by Lachlan Peters at the right half back flank. As he looks inboard, looks to go down the line, which he does now, and Jordovic, it was just too wide at the kick. And we'll have a boundary thrown. Brush with some scores.
Yeah, half time at Tormore. See Park Orchard 6-2-38, leading Beaconsfield 5-5-35.
And here at Jubilee Park, Donvale leading 7-7-49 to Surrey Park 5-6-36 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Haig once again took it out of ruck under pressure from Hendon. Still got a kick away. Angus Sutherland up against Jordovic. Jordovic one out, unloads the top. That would be a tremendous goal missed. That is a great effort, Caleb Jordovic. That is just 14 points the margin. 50-36, boundary side to Benmore and Smith.
Sorry, Josh, I was just going to say that hit the post on the way through. It was so close.
So he's had a few incredible shots at goal today.
He has.
Great work by Zach Haig in the lead up to winning that ball. As Surrey Park bring it out, there's a short kick. It's a bit of a dangerous one. They're putting themselves under pressure. Marn wheels away. It's the kick up the line, trying to find the big man in Summers. The ball falls for them though. And a chance for a late one. Nice little kick over the top. Calls to play on. I tell you what, they were lucky there. It's Mundy who bursts away, gets the ball back inside to Summers, goes to ground, and they've turned it over. So just a bit panicky. Now it's in the hands of Wignall. He slams it forward to about half forward. Bouncing around, but it's going to sit up for Can, who gets it off to a teammate. Floats it back to Summers. They're making it really hard for themselves by giving a lot of hospital handballs, and that's a kick up the line, which is not particularly good either. Bouncing around Max Otten's got himself up the ground, and there's cries of holding the ball, but surely there was no prior there. And the umpire comes in and says, we will throw it up.
Two former Blackburn teammates going head-to-head there. Kenworthy and Otten.
Have you made up with Otten after round one, after slamming him in 15 minutes into the
game? Day won the tap down. Ryan Simmons won the clearance, though, to Lachlan Bacon. Nick Day intercepted the handball from Bacon. McCormack under pressure. Day was under pressure as well. His kick will go out of bounds. It won't. Bacon managed to keep it in. It'll just be a stoppage. It won't even be a stoppage as Wignall tries to will his way through. Can't. Umpire will call for it.
I think we've got a new segment called Brian Goes Bang. That's a big one right there. Let's go scores with Brash.
Half time at Bayswater. Bowen 7 straight 42, leading East Ringwood 4-5-29.
Zalak's kick was a dangerous one, and it was cut off by Chris Sardis at the left half-back flank, Besto.
So Sardis takes off. I'm just getting the arrow out of my arm as the ball goes out to about the half-back line. Good challenge coming in there from Tout. It was Tommy, of course Chris also playing today. Up they go towards the half-forward line, over the top. Nice mark taken there by Cameron. So, in fact, it's a free kick.
Push.
So going the way of Surrey, so a chance for them to get a late one. And that's not a great kick, and it's been marked easily by Nick Day, laid into the side in place of Matt Liardi. Big out today, but he's played all right so far. There's the kick in the middle of the ground. Good mark taken there by Fallahay. So Rennan goes back, puts a little short kick on, picks out a teammate as well. Good composed play. Lockie Bacon now. There's the kick. He's to about a half forward up. They fly Smith, but great work in the front spot there. And the mark is taken there by Tout. Tommy Tout, and they'll bring it out. In fact, it's not Tommy Tout, it is number 37 in Zalak. Christian.
As he goes out to Max on, there's a bit going on off the ball as well. As Donvale play on immediately, send it inside 50, but it wasn't a great kick. Haynes intercepted it. Again, another big game from Haynes. Straight through the middle, finds Hendon. Was held up well there by Mahali Zalak. Hendon goes lateral to Lachlan Peters, who has it on the far side. So 21 and a quarter minutes gone in this second quarter. 14 points the margin in favour of Donvale as the kick was a dangerous one. Cut off by Tommy Tout. Handballs out to Harrison Giles, who gets on his leg, sends it deep inside forward 50. Woods coming in at front position on Zach Haig. Forced the handball to Ethan Duncan, though, who's wrapped up by Angus Sutherland and pinged for holding the ball. That's a terrific tackle from Angus Sutherland.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great story.
It absolutely is.
Under-19s grand final last year. I think he was best on in that grand final too.
He was. Angus Sutherland, and he goes lateral to Chris Sardis on this broadcast side, Besto.
So Sardis to bring it out. Just over the 21-minute mark. Oh, it's gone through hands. That was should have been taken. Bad mistake, and it could cost them on the boot now of Day, of the Nick variety. Goes towards Haig. Haig takes the mark. He's right on the 50-metre line. He's too far out to score, though. I did say that before. As the kick goes in, almost a mark taken. Ball bouncing away there, and they'll bring it out nicely through Haynes. Haynes gets it out. Dangerous kick, Smith. So composed as Tom Smith. Great hands as well. Finds Summers. Back to a teammate. They're putting themselves under pressure. That's holding the ball. That was an absolute fiasco, and it's going to go the way of Donvale. Almost to 25 as well.
Things aren't going his way today, boys. Jack Mann.
So free kick, it goes the way of Zelik. So that's Christian, of course, brother also playing today. Pops it back to Wignall. As Luke Wignall finds Murphy. He's a long way from home.
You could still pick it from here,
I was going to say, you could still back him.
He's going the Ben Brown sort of run up here.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, he shows a bit of candy. He goes back inside, puts it on the boot. Now it's high up and under, bouncing around. It's not going to be taken, though, as the ball bell. That's a big, strong tackle. And Hendon slammed into the ground there. Is it going to be a ball up? No, they've still got it. Then they're going to come back inside again. There's the kick. Can they get a mark this time? Look, plenty of defenders back there. Flying over the top with Satis. And it's going to be wrapped up in there on the bottom, and we'll have a ball up. I think it's Duncan, is it at the bottom of that? Doesn't matter. Ball up it's going to be.
Duncan, Nick Can is down behind play as well for Surrey Park. That's again another potential injury concern as Haig slapped it forward, looking in the direction of Ethan Duncan. He pushed out Kane Hendon, got a handball to Harrison Giles. Burns off Lachlan Peters. No, he doesn't. Brilliant Lachlan Peters.
Good tackle.
Oh, the one time he's been actually chased down, and that was a great tackle.
That is brilliant.
Not many players can chase down Harry Giles.
Absolutely not. As Peters' kick, it finds Jamie Blair. Bites off the 45, finds Cal Garvin.
If we can, boys, boundary, Nick Can off the ground as well. Just
he looks very sore.
He does, as Garvin plays on immediately. Handballs to Chris Sardis. Under some pressure from Zalak and will be pinged. Brilliant piece of play from Mahali Zalak as well, because he was pressuring Cal Garvin and he got the tackle in on Chris Sardis. He is having a mammoth game in midfield as Zalak.
Yeah, certainly right. And this would be a very timely goal for Donvale too, because they've probably have just gone away from their game a little bit in the last 10 minutes with Surrey Park getting on top. So this will be a real nice settler going into half-time.
If he wants to kick this, he'll probably have to angle towards the left goal post. If he has any chance to kick his first goal of the game, Mahali Zalak. Been terrific, the midfielder to the right. Might miss everything. It has. Margin remains at 14 points, 50-36 in the favour of Donvale. 25 minutes gone, second quarter, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It's a big out, boys. Nick Can, if he's done, looks like it's his leg by the looks of it.
All right, Dr. Blake, we'll wait.
Oh, what an expert, Dr. Blake.
Blake's murder mysteries.
Well, I'm the king of jinxing people, so I could be exactly wrong. So
Well, we hope he gets back out there for Surrey Park's sake. He did look pretty sore coming off, but I tell you what, it's been turned over, and this is dangerous. Hay goes in there. He manages to force a contest, picked up by Rouser. And what's happened here? It's going to be a ball up, I think. But going back to Nick Can, he was very sore when he came off the ground, but he'll have half time to maybe get some ice or some treatment. And hopefully for Surrey's sake, he'll come back on the ground.
If he gets ice, he's off.
That's correct.
Not that sort of ice. The ball comes out.
No, even normal ice. It's a medical rule, no ice. If you get iced, you cannot play.
You're on the money there, Lee.
So Dr. Green has spoken as the halftime siren goes, and the third division grand final is up for grabs. Surrey Park hanging in there, and the halftime score at 7-8-50 to 5-6-36.
Cross
Goal
down.
kickers, in fact, we'll cross down to Ben Warren's.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off there, Besto, but I went over to the bench and Nick Can, who came off, he's in excruciating pain at the moment, clutching at his right knee. Been a key player for Surrey Park in this first half, and I'm not too sure how that's going to go, but he's still limping around. You can see him on the boundary.
Okay, so that's not great news. It doesn't sound promising, but we'll keep an eye on that one. So Murphy's kick 2 for Donvale. Singles to McCormack, Giles, Duncan, and Jordovic's got a couple as well. And for Surrey Park, their major goal kickers are Vitaka, who's kicked 2, and the singles have gone the way of Naidu, Mundy, and Kennedy. It's the Division 3 Grand Final. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, wherever you may be. Go and get a drink and do what you need to do, and see you back here in about 5 or so minutes for the start of the second half on the Eastland match of the round Division 3 Grand Final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half time here at Jubilee Park in the big Division 3 Grand Final, which sees Donvale 7-8-50 leading Surrey Park 5-6-36. Joining me on half-time, Matt Spider-Lee and Ben Warren-Smith and Jared Beanland. Gentlemen, it's been an interesting first half, really. It's been 4 quarters, 2 to each side in 2 quarters, so to speak.
Absolutely. Brush, look, I mean, first quarter, Donvale got off to the flying start, kicking the first 3 goals of the game and really flew out of the gates. But after the first 10 minutes, Surrey Park settled. They composed themselves and they got themselves back into the game, started to get their ball transition moving, started to hit the scoreboard, started to have some impact in the game. It's really been only a 10-minute patch, I feel, that Donvale have only had really control of the game. For the other parts of the game, I think Surrey Park have really committed themselves really well to the contest. I think they've really transitioned the ball strongly. They're challenging Donvale in all aspects of the game, with some of their intercept marking. I think Sardis is playing a really strong game down back. Just guys like Tom Smith also giving them some good good targets. Jasper Mundy, he's always the opportunist up forward. Yeah, he's missed a couple, but he's looking busy. He's looking creative. He's looking intent. He wants to be a part of it, and they're really starting to move the ball. And they're really putting Donvale under the microscope. So Donvale got to be careful. They've got some work to do. There's without question. Look, the scoreboard reflects that they're on top, but they have got a game on their hands. That's for sure.
BWS, how do you feel? Like Donvale are in front by 14 points, but you don't get the impression that Surrey Park are out of the contest.
No, you're spot on. And you know what? Like, in some degree, I feel like almost Surrey Park could have been in front at halftime.
Yeah.
Just the way that they're transitioning that ball from centre-half back right through to centre-half forward. It's only these sloppy disposal errors that's really, like, shutting them down. Just at those critical stages, they're just, like, letting something slip. A couple of decisions have gone, against them as well, or they've done something silly to give away a free kick. But at the end of the day, like, Donvale is starting. Me and Joe were talking about a bet down boundary. Donvale are just dominating the first 5 to 7 minutes of each quarter. That's what we've seen in the first half.
In the clearances too, BWS.
And then all of a sudden Surrey Park are just working themselves back into it, creating these opportunities for themselves, but they're just not putting it on the board, are they, Jared?
Absolutely, and I think it comes down to they need to get the ball into the hands of some of their better ball users. Sardis, I want to see him a little bit more. He's been good when he's had the ball, and his matchup against Matt Day is fascinating.
It is.
Day has him in the air. Sardis at ground level. I think that's really interesting. Nick Cairns, obviously, if he does stay off,
he's so important,
loss.
Jared, isn't he? If he stays on the ground and comes back and has some impact, they're well and truly in this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jack Marner, I want to see him start to fire up, because that can just stem the bleeding in those clearances a little bit if he can get on top.
I actually think in the second quarter was actually a bit of a luxury that Donvale had Zach Hay resting on a half-forward line. It almost seems like that, they're just saving him for a big second half. He may pay the whole second half.
Well, perhaps. He's wearing him down, but I think Chris Allison is also applying himself quite well as well. I think he's playing a pretty good game. He's done some really nice stuff. I think this is really even. Apart from the 3 goals, the game is on a knife's edge. Yeah. And I really feel that Surrey Park are giving themselves every chance. If they're with another goal, if it's around that 7 or 8 points, they'll give themselves that chance to run over the top. But Donvale this quarter really need to put the foot on the pedal, and this is their go time. This is where we're going to see how good a team they've been throughout the quarter.
They'll want to be Donvale to be confident going into last quarter. They'll want a 4-goal buffer.
Yeah, even potentially 5 goals.
Yeah.
They've got to really step it up this quarter, and Kevin Collins will demand it.
But Surrey, in fairness to Surrey, they've technically got the breeze.
They do.
Right, and they're going to need they will need a 3 or 4 goal lead, I feel.
I don't think the wind's playing that much in this game. It's a very light breeze. It's a cross breeze. It's not really going to any Pacific end. I think it's for across the ground towards the half-forward flanks.
Yeah, it's sort of blowing down to one of the scoreboards here in the right forward 50-metre line. It's sort of going across there. So we've been able to see players get pretty good distance going end to end, but it is favouring downhill. And if anything, it would be a 1-goal-ish, 1 to 2. But Surrey Park, if they can get themselves like to within that goal or even be in front at three-quarter time, you just never know. They might just all that momentum and that speed that they've got that they're showing.
It's that energy, isn't it?
And they've got that energy and they've got that, what's that word that I'm looking for? Like, they're not afraid to actually take the game on.
What's the belief?
Daring. That's right.
Daring, belief, it's all that part of it. And this is what will really make you or break you in this second half. So, the question marks are there for, it's just now a matter of who's going to be standing. We've talked about, the parlance I've been talking about. It's really building up into that, Brash, with that race terminology we've been talking about.
Brash, this third quarter, we could say it all year, it is the premiership quarter, this one, isn't it?
It is, and the fact is, I look at the Donvale. I looked at the potential of the Donvale forward line compared to Surrey Park. Donvale, if anything, they look more potent and they look like they can kick a winning score. They've probably got 2 or 3 forwards, Jared, right, that are able to hit the scoreboard, whereas I feel with Surrey, it's almost like they're relying a lot on Mundy and probably Fellahey.
I have to agree. But the other thing is, for me, and when talking about Donvale's forward line, Surrey Park's defenders have to punch above their weight a little bit. I think the Sutherland v. Djordjevic matchup, I think, is one that I'm keeping a close eye on. It really is down to those one-on-one matchups down there for Surrey Park, and they have the potential to do it. They've done it so far throughout this game. I think I've been impressed with their defence for the most part, but it's Donvale.
Yeah, it's the pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's what they spoke about before the game with James. He was talking about that, Cuddles. He was, Kimworthy, he was talking about how they've got to break it down, make the pressure, make them make mistakes, and hurt them back the other way. Donvale will do the same if you give them the turnover.
Well, gentlemen, that's half-time done and dusted.
I'm pretty comfortable up here. Should we just keep them off and we'll just stay on?
Yeah, we'll call the second half. I'll stick with Donvale, but I think Surrey are right in this game.
All right, gents, thanks very much for your contributions at half-time as the players come back onto the ground. And when we come back, the resumption of play, it's the big Division 3 grand final. It's Donvale versus Surrey Park right here on 98.1, live on YouTube and Facebook around the globe.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
So welcome back to Jubilee Park. Great to have your company this afternoon for the big match. It is the Division 3 Grand Final, and we're at the halftime break, and it's currently Donvale who have their noses in front. They lead by 14 points with a half to go. So not over yet, but Donvale certainly looking a little ominous, but Surrey Park doing enough to stay in the game. Let's go down to to Brash. He's on the score centre because there are some other matches being played around the grounds today. Brash?
Yeah, thanks, Brett. 7 minutes into the third quarter at Tormall in the Division 1 Premier preliminary final sees Park Orchards 7-3-45 leading Beaconsfield 5-6-36. Not sure if players resumed since half-time in the match at Bayswater, but their last score had Borwin in front at half-time 7 straight 42, leading East Ringwood 4-5-29.
That's a pretty accurate kicking, 7 straight. Conditions must be pretty good out there.
There is actually an updated score. Borwin 8 straight 48, 6 minutes into the third quarter. East Ringwood 4-5-29.
So players back on the field. Let's just get some quick tips as we head into the second half of this one. Joshy, first you. I guess you're staying with Surrey Park.
Yeah, I still think there's still a bit hopeful down there on ground level, the Surrey Park fans. And
Blake shaking his head.
I'll throw it over to Benoit and sit down on the boundary.
Yeah, just was getting quite intimate with the Surrey Park's huddle, and Nick Can, he's trying to fool everybody saying he's okay, but just watching him do a light jog and even walking off the ground, he's really struggling starting on the bench.
Okay, so not officially out, but it's not looking good for him as we get ready for the start of the second half, and Josh Ward to take us away.
Connor Ryan Simmons going up in ruck against Zach Haig. Ryan Simmons won the tap down, Bacon the clearance, sends it inside 50 in the Mundy direction. An impressive first half. Out the back, Summers was wrapped up, and umpire will call for it. We go down to Jared Beanland on the boundary.
Yeah, just went and had a quick word at the Donvale bench. Clean bill of health there, and they're just wanting to get this done, get their work done a little bit early and keep the pressure on.
As Summers got it to Hendon, it's coming back, it'll fall short, and it's rushed through by Adam Cameron. A good start from Surrey Park. 5-7-37 to Donvale, 7-8-50. 30-second score on third quarter on the Video Bank scoreboard.
They're pushing him really hard at the moment to Surrey Park. All over Donvale at this stage. Early stages, I know, but they're pushing him here.
So Max Hyden with a kick. Mark's been dropped over there. Should have been taken by Zellick. It's still in the hands of Donvale as they get it forward, bouncing awkwardly over there, going back and picking it up as Summers tries to put it. So he's put a teammate under pressure, but look at Smith. He wheels out of the congestion, gets a good kick forward to about half forward, and the mark is taken. It's another opportunity for them to go inside. This will be their second inside 50 on the boot of Mundy. If they can get one here, it'll certainly give them a good fillip as the ball bounces around on the ground over there, slapped away, and it's towards goal, and it's just missed. Just missed. An opportunity goes begging, but they're looking good, Surrey Park. They made a promising start, and they trail by 12 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 7-8-50 to 5-8-38, and about a minute and a half gone in the second half.
And you probably need, this is the person you need really firing in this second half, and Jake Summers hasn't been, he's been a little bit quiet, but if he can hit the scoreboard, I think they'll go a long way for their chances.
Cross down.
We go down boundary side to Ben Warren Smith.
You see a lot of work being done on the right knee of Nick Can. The tape's out. It's getting strapped. I reckon he's going to put his hand up to come back on.
The sticky tape's coming out.
As On's kick in, Mundy affected the marking contest, and it's a push in the back free kick.
Well, it's the only game of the year that you probably get him back out there for.
Adam Cameron goes short. A 45 kick to Caleb Jordovic. Starting all across Jubilee Park. Decides to go to the far side where Zach Haig is up against Ryan Simmons. Haig took the mark.
He's been great, Haig.
He's a colossus in ruck, is Zach Haig. And he's proven that in that first half. Sends it long. It's out the back. Rouser might run onto it. Instead, it's Bacon. Got a handball away to Kennedy. To Mann. Tried to shrug his way past his opponent. He got it to Ryan Simmons. To Jack Woods. Danced his way out of trouble. Handball to Hendon. Hendon goes long down the line in the direction of Fallahay. Came in from the side. Couldn't take the mark. He's there on the ground to mop up. Handball to Smith, who has plenty of real estate in front of him. Will look to go long in the direction of Tayden Vitaka. Up against Zalak, who's been massive in defence today. Took the intercept mark.
So once again, promising from Surrey, but it just breaks down as the mark is taken by Zellick, and a downfield free kick. Yep. Wignall, he's going to take off, but the umpire says, just hang on a minute, son, just bring it back. So it'll be a Donvale free kick. early stages of this third term of the Division 3 Grand Final for 2024. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 and, of course, Facebook and YouTube if you're watching us around the world or indeed locally, Australia, Mongolia, wherever you might be this afternoon.
New York. Let us know where you're tuning in from.
So Jez is over in Tokyo. Who was that? Jezza?
Jezza.
Yeah.
So Lyle it is who gets the kick. Actually, I don't think that Mongolia is called Mongolia anymore. It's got another name now. But anyway, we digress. Zellick lost possession. It's Surrey Park who are going to bring the ball forward, and there's a whistle. And it's going to be a free kick against Wignall, I think. And it's going the way of Surrey. So a little short chip out to about half forward. Up they fly. Mark has taken great work there.
Free kick.
Otten it was. He took it, but he's given away a free kick. And it's going the way of Surrey Park to Summers.
Maybe a push.
That was a push by Nathan Mill.
Well, Jake Summers, he knows how to do it on the big stage. Won a best on ground medal. At risk
tough kick with obviously potentially with a little bit of a breeze behind him, but from kicking outside 50, take his best.
It absolutely would. Surrey Park's leading goal kicker. Again, another one of those players coming back to the club where he played his juniors from directly in front. Kicking from right on 50. It might get there. It's touched by Mundy. Mundy touched it over the goal line.
Free kick.
Look at the supporters behind the goal.
5-9-39 Surrey Park.
Free kick, so as BW is
So I don't think it's a behind. So it remains 50-38 in the favour of Donvale. Is on. Goes short to Christian Zalak. Has it at the right back pocket for Donvale. Got Wignall calling for it up high. Kick doesn't reach him, and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw. Cross down to Ben Warren-Smith.
Yeah, it was a push in the goal square there, so fooling everybody. But, geez, probably lucky it didn't in the end because he just would have given away a goal. And just for you, Besto, Mongolia is now known as the People's Public of Mongolia.
Ah, there you go. Thank you. I knew it had changed its name. Today's history lesson as the ball comes in. Akron past it. A little short kick to nobody, but it's taken there by Smith. He got dispossessed. It wasn't Smith, it was Hendon, sorry. Now they'll go inside 50 again, sorry. They're well with the start of the second half. They've been looked really good. Picked up over there by Mundy. Tries to get away. Smith lost it. Umpire said play on. Jordovic got dispossessed, and he's been done for holding the ball. So, I tell you what, someone's on the ground over there looking pretty forlorn as well.
Looks like it was Jordovic.
So Jordovic, that was probably a little bit... No, it was probably there. Let's have a look at now. There's Jordovic going there.
Not so much holding the ball as just incorrect
disposal. I was going to say it really wasn't holding the ball, but you're right. Umpire Lee Grady doesn't miss anything.
Cairns coming back onto the ground as well.
Here he comes.
Sorry.
So they're going to roll the dice with him.
He did have a sideways step as he came on, and I thought, geez, he's going to tumble.
Fallahay it is who's taking the kick, and this has got to go through. He strikes it pretty well. It's there. Beautiful kick straight through the middle. So Surrey Park, they've got it back. Hard to believe, really, but 7-8-50 plays 8-6-44 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Just a kick in it, and we've had 6 gone in this third term.
Well, they've started off much better this quarter than they have in previous quarters, Blake and Ryan.
Well, absolutely, and they needed to convert those because they've had the opportunities in the first 6 minutes, have all the play, and finally they get some reward out of it and get a goal and get back into this contest, because if the breeze does pick up in the last quarter, they'd want to be in front.
They want to have a pretty handy buffer as we go back up in the middle of Jubilee Park. A tight grand final so far. Haig won it down. Tout running onto it. Sends it forward for Donvale. Jordovic up against Chris Sardis. No clear winner. Sardis slaps it forward in the direction of Hendon. Got Marn running. Handball was too hot for him, but Naidu picked up. Sends it down the line in the direction of Jake Summers. Got hands onto it and will play chopping of the arms. As he gives a bit of feedback to Nathan Mill. Goes short to Sam Naidu. Looks like he is stepping it up this quarter is Jake Summers. Naidu had Lachlan Summers offering a lead. Has his coach Kenworthy offering a lead deeper. Decides to go in the direction of Brendan Fallahay on in the hole. Fallahay flew and gave away the push in the back free kick. And Donvale will take advantage here. Get it, Cole Wignall.
So Jordovic's kick finds Wignall, ducks out of a little bit of traffic. Comes back onto his left boot and goes into the middle of the ground. Good kick. Picks out a target in Cameron. So Cameron, where will he go? He decides to come out towards this broadcast side of the ground. Doesn't get there on the full, but it bounces in front of Goldsmith. He does pretty well. He gets it to Zach Haig, who probably could have gone for that, but he just hung off it and waited. And now the tackle's been taken by Lyle. And what's the umpire paid here? Just a ball up, I think.
High tackle.
High tackle. So Lyle's going to get a free kick. So let's see. He doesn't think he's got the distance, so he's just going to set it up to the goal square. Where's Murphy? It was Haig they got there. Jordovic bounces past him. Some crazy bounces out there at the moment, and it falls for Surrey Park, and they'll bring it out off half-back. Nice kick, and Smith is out.
Gets it to his coach in James Kenworthy. Has a paddock in front of him on the far side wing. Takes 2 bounces. Could take a third if he wants to. He does now. He's at the left half forward flank, calling for leads. He looks to go long in the direction of the Summers brothers. Lachlan from the side. Mill picked up the ground ball and sends it to the left half back flank for Donvale. Mark taken by Tom Goldsmith. Holding up Donvale in this third quarter. His Goldsmith kick wasn't great. Woods took the intercept mark. O'Kane calling for it on a 45-degree kick. He might go to him now. He does. Rouser came in from the side and gave away the free kick. Umpire calls advantage. Mundy can just send it long in the direction of Taden Vitaka in a one-on-one. It might bounce out the back. Vitaka gets the shot on goal. It stays in somehow. Umpire calls play on. And Christian Zalak can take a couple of bounces. Gets a handball over the top. Finds Adam Cameron, who also takes some bounces. Got a short kick in the direction of Kyle Wicknell, who can just compose himself. Boundary side to Ben Warren Smith.
Jack Woods just came off the ground. You saw that kick was a little bit up and under, but he's jarred his knee, so he's just getting down, just getting a little bit of work on that, but he'll be back on.
So trainer's been busy down in the Surrey Park rooms. Nice little kick there. Finds Mahali Zalak.
Poor Nick Ken, first contest, gets it cleaned up by Rouser. It's back on the field. Welcome back.
There's a little kick down the line. Finds a target. So Donvale just working it around. There's Wignall. That's Kyle. Just slowing it down here. Donvale trying to take the sting out of the Surrey Park attack, which has been pretty prominent in the last few minutes. But that's a great mark coming forward and taking it as Lockie Peters. Terrific intercept mark. Let's go down to Brash. He's got some scores for us.
Yeah, 17 minutes into the third quarter. It's Baldwin 8 straight 48, leading East Ringwood 6-7 43.
Peters' kick was smothered, deflected in the direction of Matt Day, who's seen out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Wonder if Baldwin are going to miss.
Sounds a bit similar to the scoreline they had earlier in the year, which we were at it.
Pretty sharp shooting there indeed from Baldwin, as you mentioned, Ryan, as Haig nearly took it out of ruck. Ryan Simmons still locked him up and cleared. Done pretty well, Ryan Simmons. As I say that, he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. Brush with some scores.
Yeah, game high lead for Park Orchards. 19 minutes into the third quarter. They lead Beaconsfield 10-3, 63. Beaconsfield 5-7, 37.
Talk about sharp kicking. Look at this Park Orchards as inside 50. Donvale go. Angus Sutherland clears his defensive lines. His kick was in the favour of Max Sodden. Starting to lift up a little bit at Donvale in this third quarter. Is on, sends it long inside 50. Martin will come in from the side. Couldn't complete the mark. Locked up Chris Tout. And umpires will call for it. 11 minutes gone, third quarter. 1 goal in it in Donvale's favour. 50 plays 54.
So a little bit of pushing and shoving as the ball goes up. Cries a free kick, but nothing doing as it goes into the goal square. Almost marked there by Murphy. Gets out of traffic. He wheels around to the left foot. This will be some goal, and he's missed. That was an opportunity. Only Murphy could have made something out of that. He was so strong. He burst out of the contest, wheeled around, and he just missed. It was a terrific effort, and the margin extended by 1 point. We've had 11.5 gone in this third term, and it's Donvale in front. 7-9-51 to 6-8-44 in the big third division granny out here at Jubilee Park.
And after that first quarter where he looked like he might be in for a really big afternoon, they've done a pretty good job on him so far.
Well, George Haynes has gone to him, and he has done a great job as Haynes' kick-in was intercepted by Mill. His kick was a good one. It didn't reach Jordovic. Kennedy palmed it to Marn, and Marn goes back to Haynes. Got Peters out on the far side, gets it to him now. Peters will look for the inboard kick, which is a dangerous one, but it'll pay off. Jasper Mundy, what a game he's had. Got Ken calling for it over the top. He's got Taden Vitaka loose. Vitaka, he's got Renan Fallahay over the top as well. Was too slow there, Taden Vitaka, so he needs to kick this. He needs this. As we go down boundary side to Benmore and Smith.
Oh, Connor Ryan Simmons. There was multiple players screaming for the football there. Bacon was in there as well, so we'd want to put this one through.
So Taden Vitaka, spent a couple of seasons at South Croydon, comes in, and he does put it through. He was confident, Vitaka, and he gets it there. 12 and 3/4 minutes gone, third quarter. 1 point in at 7-8-50 Surrey Park. Donvale 7-9-51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, well, and Julian Topham this quarter, and again that reward for effort. They're finally starting to kick those or convert those opportunities. And Vitaka's had a pretty strong afternoon. I think he's certainly been lively up forward.
Boundary. He's kicked the goal in every quarter.
Jared Beanland on the boundary.
Just noticed since he's come back on from that injury, Nick Cann has started as the deepest forward for Surrey Park.
So margin is back to a point, and Surrey Park have really come back into this game. I don't know what was said at half-time, but whatever it was, has worked as they wheel out of congestion. Garvin, he got through past the tackler. Now he kicks it towards half forward, in fact a bit longer than that, and coming forward and taking a really good mark as the experienced Max Otten. Floats it over the top. Nice kick, a nice pass to Holland. Holland finds McCormick, I think it is, over there on the far side. So just slowing it down here, Donvale. They've been a bit shell-shocked to the way Surrey Park have come back. There's Otten again with the footy. Little chip into the ground. There's Holland now. Anyone want to go with extra time yet, or is it a bit early?
Very early.
So Holland puts it forward to the mark, or good mark taken over there. So it's Rouser who's going to just look around for options. Nothing too much to kick to at the moment, though, as he puts it forward to about towards full forward. Up they fly. The punch comes in there, but Murphy's over the back. Got his hands on it for a moment, but then lost it. Now Jordovic trying to get his hands on it, but he's worried out of it as well. Picked up by Haynes on the ground. He's been terrific today. Snap a goal. And, it's missed it. No, it's a goal. It's a goal. Who was that?
I think it was Chris Tout.
Unbelievable. Look at this. It is Chris Tout. No, in fact, it's Nick Day, I think. Number 7. 29.
It is Tout.
It is Tout, my bet. What a goal. Unbelievable. Jeez. It just looked like an absolute Hail Mary. He just sort of put it across the face, but I don't know if the wind got it or what.
It was a boonana.
I think what sort of stopped our reaction is because the guys behind the goals didn't really go off as what you would for an unbelievable goal like that.
Yeah, you're sort of waiting for the reaction.
We were waiting for the goal umpire's signal.
By the time he kicked it, it looked like he was well over. He was in the cricket nets.
Wayne Arms.
Back out to 7 points the margin. 57 plays 50 in the favour of Donvale. Haig won the tap down. Can they build some momentum? Giles gets away from the stoppage, takes a bounce. Smith comes in from behind. He's still got a handball away. Sardis's kick finds Marn, but it wasn't 15. Marn has Vitaka over the top. Gets it to his coach in James Kenworthy. Calling for Mundy to lead up to him. Instead, he's going to go long in the direction of Mundy. There's going to be an off the ball free kick. And downfield as well. Jasper Mundy will take this free kick. He's kicked a goal today as Jasper Mundy, but he's done a lot of work inside that forward half for Surrey Park. And this, it would be an ultra impressive goal. Not as impressive as Chris Tout's, which we just got a message from Davis Harrigan in the WhatsApp group chat. He asked if it's surely a goal of the day contender. Well, I don't think there is a goal.
No, there's no goal of the day.
There is no goal of the day, but it definitely would be.
Is he talking about the goal, or did he get the shot?
The goal as Mundy. It's just a set-up kick. Cam will come in from the side. And the mark is taken by Maxon in his defensive goal square.
Oh, we can give him a goal of the day sort of unofficially, but there's no official award for that today. As the ball in the hands of Harrison Giles will bring it out. Just moments like that can just make a grand final. We might look back at that at the end of the game and think that was the moment that sort of turned it, as Duncan has it now. Duncan goes down the line, and all good defence over there. Good work by Haynes. He's been really good today. And in fact, there's free kick going the way of Surrey Park. They take it short. Little chip forward finds Bacon. Bacon wheels around. Little short chip forward, and he hits a target as well. So this is good from Surrey Park as they just work it forward. So the margin's still only 7 points, so there's nothing in it still. As Surrey just chip it around. Just looking for the option to go inside 50. It's Garvin now, I think. I think it's Callum Garvin.
It is.
So Callum Garvin onto the left boot. There's the kick. And is that going to be downfield? Something happened off the ball. It is. Downfield. It's a free kick downfield.
And it's going to Jake Summers.
I was following the camera and I heard the roar off the ball. And Jake Summers, this is almost a certainty, but I'm not going to say anything because there's been a couple of mozzes already today. Couldn't see what happened there, just looking at the replay.
I think it was...
Yeah, you could see whoever was on the mark, he did run into him, sort of front of Zalik.
So it'll be Jake Summers who will go back, and this will bring it back to 1 point. This is heading for some sort of finish. There's the kick from Jake, and it's there. They went up behind the goal really early, and Jake Summers, it's his first of the day. He's kicked 43 for the season, though, so he knows where the big sticks are. And we're back to a 1 point margin. It's 8-9-57 to 8-8-56 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're 17 and a half gone, third term.
And Josh, you even go back to that first final against Knox, where probably had a reasonably quiet game for most of the day, and we had had his number, but popped up in the last quarter, kicked a couple of goals, and certainly helped when it mattered. So that's all he's got to do now. If he's in for a big last quarter, will certainly go a long way for Surrey Park.
Brashworth scores.
Yeah, third quarter, time on. Warren 8-2-50, leading East Ringwood 6-7-43.
As both ruckmen cancelled each other's hit out, there's a push in the back, free kick going to Tom Smith, who ran onto it first, ahead of Mahali Zalak. Smith, got Marn calling for it short, ignores him. Has Mundy calling for it a little further, decides to go to his rucking. Chris Allison couldn't grasp the mark. He'll pick up the ground ball, look for a handball. Lon got the smother. Glaire's handball over the top is a good one to Jasper Mundy. Got Marn inboard. He gets it in that direction, but they worked hard. Mundy's there again as well. Handball away to Sam Naidu. Looks to send it to the hot spot. Candice there. Couldn't take the mark. Valahay's there on the ground. Picks it up cleanly. Gets it to Lachlan Summers. Missing to the left. Jeez, that was
had more time than he thought, maybe?
I think he might have had a second or two, but it's just a minor score. We're all locked up. 19 minutes gone third quarter. 8-9-57 apiece. Brash with some scores.
Yeah, time on in the preliminary final. Park Orchards 10-3-63, leading Beaconsfield 5-7-37.
Boundary.
Down to the boundary.
Max Otton's been huge in this third quarter, I've noticed, and Jasper Mundy dragged him up the field in that last contest and nullified his presence in the defensive line.
So Christian Zalakit, as he sends it up the line, the scores are locked up. Good strong contest coming in, but it's well into the hands there of Garvin. Handball inside to a teammate in number 18 in Kennedy. And that might be holding the ball. What does the umpire say? Yes, it was. It's Chris Tout. No, in fact, it's just a ball up. Once again, I'm listening to the supporters. They just stopped doing that. They're not really an indication as Hay gets another tap out. Ball knocked forward there by Hendon. It's been smothered though, and here they come off the boot of Giles, it's going to be. And he picks out a teammate. That was all a bit soft in the hands of Nick Day, and he gives it off. I thought he might have gone back and had a shot, and that's just a bit too easy. And he's picked out Lyle. And in fact, he's chipped that across, and it's been dropped over there. So now the shot comes in from... in fact, it's going to be marked, and Rouse is going to run into a goal and put it through. That is ridiculous. There were three players there who probably could have had a shot, and they just kept trying to give it off, and in the end it all worked out. That was extraordinary stuff.
There was like 8 uncontested possessions there. It seemed a bit odd.
I'm just not sure what was going on, because as I say, there were at least 3 guys who should have just gone back and taken the shot, but in the end it was Rouser, and he's put it through. 63-57, captain's goal, and we're into time on at the end of this third term.
Hey, that goal there, boys, might put him in conversations there for how he's think at the end of the day here. I don't know.
He has had a good day. I think both Zalaks have been better in back.
Just saying
Don't go too early, Blake. You went too early in the under
19s. This result still could go either way.
It could go, but I'm just saying it could. Just,
Just
that
one
goal
handy
there.
buffer would do.
The what?
One handy buffer. A behind.
Oh, right, okay.
We're back into the middle of Jubilee Park. Ryan Simmons back into ruck. Haig won the tap down. Smith read it best. Was wrapped up by Zalak. Nearly jumped over the top of him.
Rouser is playing down as a deep forward as well. So
Kennedy's trailing him. Ryan Kennedy, that is, as Ryan Simmons did well. Got it down to Smith. Glides his way through the stoppage. Looks in the direction of Nick Can. It falls short of him. Now up against 2 Donvale players. Still got the tap down to Tayden Vitaka. Vitaka got it to Falahay, who has to move immediately. Handball wasn't a great one. Holland was taken high by Vitaka. They're holding up Donvale. They hold the lead by 1 straight kick, 9-9-63. The Vales to Surrey Park, 8-9-57, as one of the stalwarts of this Donvale lineup will take the free kick. Goes long down the line to the far side. Hay couldn't take the mark. There on the ground is Hendon. Got out to Glare, who goes short to Smith. He can go back here, Tom Smith, and get a much-needed response, I should say, for Surrey Park. Not a much-needed one. It would be a response for Surrey Park. And through their
He's been good, Tom Smith. He's done a lot of good things today.
He absolutely has. Is yet to impact the scoreboard, though. And certainly one that can make an impact when he's on his game, whether that be through midfield and forward. Of course, the 2022 Division 4 Best and Fairest won Best on Ground honours in last year's Division 4 Grand Final. 45-degree angle from around 40 metres out. Set sail for home. Misses to the left.
I think that's the second time we've done that, Josh, where you've
we've
hyped him up and he's done nothing for you.
It's at least the fourth or fifth miles of the day.
8:10:58 Surrey Park plays 9:63 Donvale. 23 minutes gone, third quarter. Better go back to scoreboard.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Smithy. So
you build a man up again, and for what?
So Christian Zellick it is, so he sends it out towards the far side of the ground. Almost a mark taken. Might have been paid either a free kick or a mark to Wignall. I don't know you boys, but I'm starting to get a bit nervous up here. It's just the whole grand final thing. It just gets to you after a while because you know it's getting towards the end and it's such a tight game. So Tout it is, Tommy Tout puts it in the middle of the ground. Mark taken there, finds Wignall and Luke. Now they run across towards this broadcast side of the ground. The kick out here and there's plenty of space, an acre of space. Adam Cameron takes the mark. So 23 gone. So how much longer do they go in this term? Maybe a couple of 3 minutes. Brochure's the expert with the time. He usually knows as the ball goes all the way back. So they're just happy to just chip it around here. Maybe just waiting for that three-quarter time break. But a bit early to be trying to ice the game. Now Zellick puts it onto the boot. Hits a target. Lots of loose men at the moment. They're all over the place. Probably needs to try and mark up as we go down to Brash while this is being chipped around to get some scores.
Three-quarter time at Bayswater sees Baldwin 8-2-50, leading East Ringwood 6-7-43.
They've missed a couple.
That they have.
As Wignall goes to the far side, Chris Tout all by himself. Right in front of the scoreboard, which reads Donvale 9:63, leading Surrey Park 8:10:58, 24 and a quarter minutes gone in this third quarter on the Video Bank scoreboard as the ball locked up. Right half forward flank for Donvale. Brush some scores.
Yeah, three-quarter time at Baronia C Park Orchards 10-3-63, leading Beaconsfield 5-7-37.
So can Donvale muster a goal from this stoppage? As Haig tries to bustle his way through. Smith got it out, but it was a throw according to the umpire. And Dean O'Neill.
The Bear.
The Bear.
Zalak is rewarded. Goes lateral to Tommy Tout. Who's in the middle of Jubilee Park. Will just set it up to the hot spot where Nick Murphy can fly. Got some separation. Mills there inside forward 50. Summers got the spoil in. Down to Sardis. Looks to go long in the direction of Jasper Mundy. Up against Christian Zalak. Mundy got hands to it. Zalak did well to spoil him though. Out the back, Tout. Couldn't run onto it. Instead it's Wignall. Got it to Christian Zalak. Zalak's ball is high up and under one. Near 50. Will Giles run onto it? He does. Corralled by Sardis. An umpire will call for it. And Dean O'Neill will have a ball 55 metres out from the Donvale goal, the left half forward flank.
So, as we've had, how long have we had? 25 minutes gone, so maybe not too much longer to go. In fact, right on cue, there is the siren. And what a game we have out here. It's the third division grand final. There is 1 quarter to go. And if you can tip this one, you're a better man than me. It's Donvale 9-9-63, leading 8-10-58. Through the goal kickers, Murphy's got a couple, as has Jordovic for Donvale. Singles to Tout, Duncan, also Giles, Rouser and McCormack. And for the Surrey Park side, the multiple goal kicker has been Fataka, who's kicked 3 today. And singles to Summers, Kennedy, Mundy, also Fallahay and Naidu. It's all set up for a grandstand finish out here. Division 3 grand final from Jubilee Park. Three-quarter time, it is 9-9-63, 8-10-58. Don't go away. We'll be back with the last quarter next.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, and what a game we've got out here. It's an absolute cracker, everything you could have hoped for in a third division grand final, and it's Donvale with their noses in front, but really, it's a really tough game to call this one. 9-9-63. 8-10-58, so you felt like Surrey Park probably had the better, in fact they did have the better of that third term, and they are well and truly in this game. Boys, Blake, first with you.
Yep.
Where are you going from here? Who's going to win?
I've always gone Donvale, and I'll stick to it. They've been the best team, the benchmark of the competition. This is where their stars will get them, I reckon. This game, I'm telling you, this is how I feel it is. It'll come down to the last 10 minutes. And I've been telling you in the first quarter, Besto, it's going to come down to the moments that matter most.
I listened to you, Blake. You're very wise. Brash has got some scores, Brash.
Sorry, Brett, 4 minutes into the last quarter at Baronia sees Park Orchard still in front by 25 points, 10-3-63. Beaconsfield 5-8-38.
Jared Beelan's got one of the coaches down on the boundary.
Thank you, gentlemen. I've got Kevin Collins, coach of Donvale. Kevin, what was the message at three-quarter time? Fairly tense game, of course.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough game at the moment. Yeah, just our message was to make sure that we put them in 1v1s because in the second quarter they had 20 uncontested marks and they controlled the tempo of the ball. So we just have to get the ball in hand and then just lower our eyes and have our forwards hit up and honour the hit up and then have frontal representation. If the ball spills forward, their defence is held up, and so we've just got to make sure we get the ground balls, which we've been getting on top of now.
Half an hour left. If you win at the end of the game, what do you think has done it for you?
It'll be just our ability to just get one-on-ones, put them in the contest as often as we can. We've been good at the stoppages. We get out of there. So if Hagee can stay on top, get it to Rouser and a few of the boys, and Mahala, we can get it forward and get plenty of ball forward, then that'll do it.
Thanks for your time, Kev. Good luck for the rest of the game.
So a little bit of a pensive Kevin Collins. You can see that he's just looking a little bit testy, and rightly so. Let's go to Brash for some more scores.
Yeah, 6 minutes into the last quarter at Bayswater. Baldwin holding sway still by 7 points, 8-3-51, leading East Ringwood 6-8-44.
Media manager Ryan Long. Ryan, where are you going with this one from here? Who's going to get home?
Well, I tipped Surrey Park by a point at the start of the day, so I think I'm going to stick with it because it is such a tight game. But it's a great finish to this game. One side's going to walk away as back-to-back premiers. Let's go down the boundary with Ben Warren-Smith.
Well, it was awesome out there at the Surrey Park huddle at three-quarter time. They were in tight. They were really intimate. It's all about the fresh legs. They know they've got the speed. They know they can run over in this game. The message is run, run, run. Just don't stop. Just keep going. This is a win not only for the football club but the community. They are up and about. Look out. Surrey Park are coming.
Yeah, we love to hear that. So
enjoying some me time down there too with his close-up camera shots.
I did see him.
Leave my pimples alone, mate.
He was about to speak, but he went, the camera's not here. I'll quickly get in front.
Doing a magnificent job is VWS and Jared on the boundary, Besto.
I tell you what, this is just this game is on a knife edge. I'm so nervous. I don't know about the players, but I'm as nervous as a what do they say? Room full of cats with rocking chairs or whatever that saying is. I can't remember.
I'm with you, Besto. I'm with you as well, Besto.
That's right.
As nervous as something that's very nervous.
That's
right.
right. A nervous thing in nervous season. Josh Ward, get us underway.
Connor Ryan Simmons against Zach Haig to start this final quarter. Haig looking for Rouser. It's Hendon who read the tap. Garvin got it to Smith. Was wrapped up. Donvale will look to move forward through Zalak. Kick was smothered by Mahn. Zalak will win the foot race. He doesn't. It's Garvin who's put together a decent effort on the wing today. Goes inboard to Kane Hendon. It's at the right half-back flank for Surrey Park. Grab a kick and a downfield free kick.
He got smashed.
There's been a bit of ill discipline from Donvale today. In fact, it's going back to Kane Hendon. Of course, one of the stars in midfield. Goes to another star in midfield in Jack Mahn. Two former Doncaster men combining. Mahn goes backwards to George Haynes in his defensive 50. Got Connor Ryan Simmons calling for it in the middle. He goes to him now. He's inside his defensive 50. Worked really hard there, did Ryan Simmons. Looks for Tom Smith on the lead. Decides to ignore him. Goes to the far side where it's a one-on-one. Hendon against Zalak. Zalak did really well to get the spoil in. Peters looking to keep it in front of him. Hendon might have pushed Zalak in the back. He didn't. And it's all locked up. Umpire will call for it. Left half forward flank. Around a kick or two from the Donvale goal, Bristow.
So, what price the first goal of this last term, should I say? It's going to be absolutely huge, as all goals will be. But Hay gets another hit out. I reckon he's had about 900 today as the ball falls into the hands, though, of a defender for Surrey Park, who gets it out towards the boundary, and it's out of bounds. Zalak was there, but he couldn't keep it in. That's Christian. So, umpire to throw it in. Bit of sun poking through again. Been a reasonable day out here at Jubilee Park. Nice, well, I was going to say autumn day, but it's spring now, isn't it, as the ball goes in. Haig somehow managed to get his man out of the way, and they've won the footy for a moment. Now it's Holland. It's a handball off. Can he hit a teammate? Yes, he can, and they're out here. A long-range kick from just outside 50. How's it looking? It's a goal! It is a goal! Jordovic it was. I tell you what, that was fantastic. He just looked around. He thought to himself, I'm going to have a crack here, and he just took it upon himself to take the kick, and the young man has put through his third of the day. That is a stunner.
That's outstanding. And you just saw, as you said, Bresto, just had a bit of composure, looked and thought, this is a big opportunity from here. And what a finish from outside 50. He kicked 3 goals in a grand final. What a star.
And what a player he is. I think he's only 17, 18 as well, boys. And
very young, yeah.
And the sky's the limit for him. And, how good have his goals been this whole game, though, boys?
They have been impressive. As back up in the middle we go. Haig will win this tap down. Smith read the tap, though, and gets the clearance. Gliding away. Sends it to the right half forward flank in the direction of Jake Summers. Came charging from the back, but it's courageous from Chris Tout. Took the mark on centre wing.
He's not happy.
And Chris Tout, the former Warrandyte and Doncaster man. His kick wasn't great. Intercepted by another former Doncaster man in Jack Mahn. 45-degree kick finds Lachlan Bacon. Got Kennedy running in his defensive half. He's got Kenworthy short. Decides to go a very dangerous kick. Mundy up against On, and On took a really good mark. A true centre-half back.
Great mark, Maxie. You've had a great day today.
The feud has ended between On and Vesto.
So the ball goes out towards the wing. Murphy couldn't get hands on it. Gone out of the game a wee bit, but he had a colossal first term as the kick goes inside. Taken there by Hendon. Quick handball off to Smith. Smith goes out wide trying to hit a target, but back there is Mill underneath it. Great mark. Great composure. And they'll come out of defence here again, Donvale. Out to a teammate in McCormack on the far side. Pretty sure he was one of the... Is that McCormack?
Wignall,
it's Wignall, I think. Sorry. So Wignall it is, down the line as the sun pokes out again, but they've turned it over. Don't want to be turning the footy over at this stage. They go inbound and find Jack Mahn. So there's the kick. Forward to about inside 50. Up they fly, mark taken. I think it's not Summers, it is number 20 in Can. So the miracle man, he was looked out of the game not that long ago. He was hobbling around, looked like he was ready for the Knackers yard, but he's come back out and he's looking really, really sharp. And he's taken a great mark, and he'll go back and kick this to bring it back within a kick. So they just will not go away, the Surrey Park side. Win, lose or draw, they have been outstanding this afternoon, coming in as the underdogs.
As they have been all season against Donvale, or most of the season.
So here he is, Can. A little bit of a slow, deliberate approach. He looks okay, though, as we said. He looked pretty banged up before, but he's come back onto the ground. Doing the team thing. There's the kick. What's the crowd behind the goal? No, they didn't make a sound. So Can misses to the right, and the margin is back to a 10-point game, 69-59, 4 gone in the last term.
Maxon will take this free kick.
Cross
Or
down.
not free kick. We go down boundary side to Belmore and Smith.
You talked about the crowds behind the goals. One of the great things about finals and grand finals is where the supporters travel from end to end. It's just fantastic to watch. And like Surrey Park versus Donvale, it's almost like the Land Rovers versus the BMWs today.
As On got it out to Tommy Tao. Tao got it to Matthew Day. Got Heagney running for him under pressure from Tom Smith. And gives away a push in the back free kick, Tom Smith. Heagney will take this free kick. It'll be called back, in fact. So the former Bowen man goes the lateral kick to
Boundary.
Tommy Dowd. We go down to Jared Beanland on the boundary.
Wasn't a bad free kick to give away there. It held up Donvale's run and let Surrey Park drop back in defence.
Tout goes to Murphy. Murphy up on centre wing on the far side. Finds a teammate who looks to send it to the hot spot. Duncan will fly. On the ground is Rouser. Vitaka's there as well. Is able to clear, get a handball away. Ryan Simmons now out of his defensive 50. Looking in the direction of Brendan Fallahay. The boundary line might beat him. And Adam Cameron. Cameron did well to shepherd it out of bounds right in front of the Surrey Park bench. Around 60 metres out from the Donvale goal on this broadcast side, Bester.
So umpire to throw it in. Margin is 10 points. Surrey Park really need the next one, because we're running out of time now. They don't have the luxury of saying it's only the second or third quarter. It's down to the pointy end. Ball on the ground as they can get it out. No, they can't. And they're trying to get his hands on it with Zellick, who's been colossal. Ball comes out, but it's going to go back inside 50 off a Donvale boot. Waiting for it underneath. It's there is number 12 in Day. Couldn't quite get his hands on it. Still there. Now trying to wheel away there is the other Day and Nick. Late inclusion in this game, and Duncan is taken to the ground. Let's get some scores from Brash.
Yeah, Baldwin 8-3-51 leading East Ringwood 7-8-50. 14 minutes gone into the last quarter.
Extra time. So up it goes, one out of the middle there, one out of the ruck, should I say, and that's going to be a free kick to, I think it's Rouser. He's under there, and he's been perhaps
pinged.
He's been pinged. I thought he was going to get the free kick for in the back, but it's gone the way of number 18 in Kennedy. So free kick to Surrey Park.
Has it right on his defensive goal square. Looks to go to this broadcast side, called to play on. Gets it out to Angus Sutherland. Took the strong mark there. The under-19 captain, as you said, Warren, what a story. Played pretty much most of the season in the seniors, has Sutherland. At the right half-back flank, looks to go short. Finds Jamie Glare. Still around 60 metres out from the Donvale goal. A good 45-degree kick to Jack Marn, who looks to do something similar in the direction of James Kenworthy. Went up against Wignall. Kenworthy did the work on the ground, but was wrapped up. Brush with some scores.
15 minutes into the last quarter at Baronia Park Orchards, 11-3-69, leading Beaconsfield 6-10-46.
Ball toss back up. Haig up against Allison. Haig won it down to Tout. His kick will be cut off by Marn. It was touch. Marn's handball wasn't great. It might allow Jordovic to get hands on this ball. He does. Handballed it to McCormack. McCormack out the back has Heagney. Had a pretty decent start to this final quarter. Heagney found Matthew Day, who kept it in. Handball over the top to Caleb Jordovic. Wheels around. Goes the kick in board. Finds Harrison Giles. Will look to play on immediately because he's got Cameron all by himself. Summers coming in from the side and taking the great defensive mark and plays on immediately to Ryan Kennedy.
That was super play. So Ryan Kennedy bursting through the middle. That's the sort of play that you need in this these big moments now. Smith, he's been terrific today. Tom Smith wheels around onto the right boot. Needs to find a target. There's plenty of defenders back. Max Otten, colossal, comes forward and takes the intercept mark.
He has been colossal.
And shuts down any possible Surrey rampage for now. So they'll come out of halfback again. Max, where's he put it? Bit of a dusty kick into the middle of the ground, but it works out. But he's put a teammate under pressure, taken there by Jordovic, he's got a free kick.
So what was that for?
I have no
Pushing
idea.
The back after the tackle.
That was very strange. Anyway, nonetheless, down. In fact, we've got another whistle here, so it
hasn't been his day, boys.
No, not for Marn.
No.
So Rouser it is who eventually gets the kick inside, and he's hit a target in Duncan. So it's a strange passage of play, but the skipper has hit Duncan, and he will go back. And if this goes through, suddenly it's 16 points and a 3-goal margin with about 10 minutes or nearly 10 minutes gone in this term. Might be quite hard to peg back.
Well, Jack Marn just hasn't had his day.
No, it hasn't been.
You know, giving away free kicks. I don't know what that last one was for. Maybe a downfield or 25, but
10%,
potentially. But this could hurt Surrey Park if Duncan kicked this one.
So we won't call it off just yet, but if this goes through, it's going to get very difficult. Duncan, he's kicked one today. This will be for goal number 72 of the season. Here's the kick from Duncan. He's got it. He's nailed it through. And up they go behind the goals. And the celebrations, well, they're not quite starting yet, but it's looking pretty good for Donvale, 75-59. And we're just over the 10-minute mark in this last term.
Yeah, you're right, Brett. It does 16 points with the advantage of going down to the Aqua Nation end of the ground. They're going to be quite hard to stop. It'll be very important to get this centre clearance, to get a quick reply if you're Surrey Park.
Cross down boundary side to Benmore and Smith.
Just wanted to note on Jack Mahon leaving the ground there, and he got one of the biggest send-offs by Nick Murphy that I've ever seen. Even when they were shooting for goal and kicking the goal, Murphy's still going in on the bench.
Oh, Murph, good on him.
As Allison goes up against Haig. Haig won it down. It'll be Fallahay, who looks like Naidu, in fact. Handball wasn't a great one. Fallahay, in fact, turned it over to Harrison Giles. Bursting away. Kick wasn't great. Intercepted by Jack Woods. That centre half back. Looks to play on immediately. Was a dangerous kick. Just fell away from Kyle Heagney. It's run onto by Lachlan Bacon. Bacon goes short. Finds Chris Sardis.
Numbers through the corridor.
They do, and they go in that direction. Ryan Kennedy, he's got a player on the far side. That player being Kane Hendon. They've got some overlap through Surrey Park. Sam Naidu could get to Angus Sutherland. He decides to ignore him. Goes short inside 50 looking for Mundy. Corralled by Luke Wignall, but Mundy did well. Naidu shrugged off his opponent. Got it to his coach in Kenworthy. To Can, who can run into an open goal, and he misses.
Oh, that would have been the...
That's a
free kick.
It's a free kick.
Geez, that would have been the story, though, coming back on the field and keeping them alive, but there's still a chance.
There is.
Is that Kenworthy taking the kick?
I reckon it is James Kenworthy. That is a... Well, he's lucky there, Nick Can, because that was a massive missed chance on goal.
Yeah, this is a big kick, boys.
This is a coach's kick right here from James
I
Kenworthy.
say that, Josh. No, it is... Oh, will we go... Oh, he didn't want
He's got the free kick, Kenworthy.
I reckon the winds may have just got up a bit too. It's gusting sort of up and down up here, so maybe it's a little bit stronger at ground level.
It is a little bit.
Yep.
There's Kenworthy on a 45-degree angle, kicking from around 30 metres out. The ex-Blackburn player comes in, nails it! There's still hope for Surrey Park. And he lifts the Panthers faithful behind the goal. 9-11-65 Surrey Park, trailing Donvale 11-9-75. 12 and a half minutes gone, final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, Blake, it's been the theme of the day. Every time Donvale look to kick away, Surrey Park have an answer. They just hang in there. And for a leader, a coach who actually plays, he's had some big moments today, and that's certainly the biggest of them all as we go. Yeah. Before we go to the boundary, just with Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Yeah, we've hit time on at Bayswater. It's still bowling by 2 points, 8-4-52. East Ringwood 7-8-50.
Boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Just wondering if you guys know how many goals James Kenworthy has kicked this year.
I don't have that stat, to be honest. Anyway, we'll get back to you on that one, Jared.
Ask Josh, I reckon.
I'll quickly search it up.
If that's his one and only, because he's mainly a defender or a wingman, that would be huge.
So up it goes. Zach Haig wins another hit out. We've had 13 minutes gone. This is the game that just keeps giving. Taken there by Sutherland. He done a bit of pressure. He lost the football, but they get it back again and they go inside 50 as that wind continues to blow. It's definitely getting stronger as they go in there and dive it on the ground. Naidu it is who gets there first, showing good commitment. In fact, no, it wasn't Naidu. It was Fallahay. And the umpire said we'll have a ball up just outside 50. So the margin is 10. If they get the next one, Surrey Park, it's on for young and old. Just quickly get a brush.
Time on in the last quarter at Baronia. Park Orchards 12-3-75, leading Beaconsfield 8-10-58.
So Sutherland with the football. He gets it out, tries to find a target in number 9 in Kenworthy, the coach. But it's been turned over. Heagney got a handball off. This is dangerous. Trying to dive on it there. Still there. They're under a bit of pressure. They cannot afford to concede here. This would make it almost an impossibility, I think, to come back. Or has he? Yes, he has. I thought I'd gone a bit early. So that's 4 for him today. And the margin is back out to 16 points. It's 12-9-81 to 9-11-65 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 15 gone in the last term.
Been superb all day long, has Caleb Jordavic up forward. 4 goals. Just been, could argue, has almost been the difference. And the last couple of times, Angus Sutherland has gone to Caleb Jordavic, has kept him pretty quiet, but he's putting in a massive grand final here, is Jordavic, Ryan.
Yeah, it's a famous name at this club, and he stepped up on the big stage.
Allison up against Haig in this ruck contest. Allison won it down. Smith running onto it, was under pressure from Tout. Still got a handball away to Lachlan Bacon. Chucks it on the boot. Inside 50, on underneath this. Vitaka flew. Mundy took the mark. And Jasper Mundy can go back and make it once again a 10-point ball game. This is entertaining stuff out here at Jubilee Park. And Jasper Mundy, if he kicks this, it would be...
He's had one today. Is that correct, Josh?
It is.
He's had an opportunity before as well.
He has. The first half, I thought he was pretty decent up in the forward half, and he has presented as an option and worked hard on the ground. Played a couple of games with the Oakley Chargers as well. Did Jasper Mundy as he comes in from directly in front. It's coming back. It's there! It's a 10-point ball game once again. They keep fighting Surrey Park. They keep finding responses. 10-11-71 the Panthers. Donvale 12-9-81. 16 and a quarter minutes gone. Final quarter Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, they just keep the game alive. They keep the door open, but they've got to get 2 in a row. That's been the thing. They haven't been able to do this last quarter. Get us 2 consecutive goals. If they can, suddenly it's anyone's game. But once again, it's still alive. It's...
And before that's in a stoppage, Jared, I answered your question before about Ken Worthy. That's his 9th goal. That was his 10th goal for the season there.
So back in the middle, Haig wins another tap out. Can they get... Smith ran past it. He had it for a moment and then lost it. Kick forward by Tout. Inside 50. They can't afford to concede here. Ball on the ground. Rouser ran past it. It's fallen into the hands of Murphy. Gets a handball over the top, and it's going to be just going out of bounds in the right forward pocket.
Well, that's not a bad result for them to have it out of bounds for Donvale rather than giving themselves a point.
So 17 gone in the last term. 2 kicks the difference. The margin is 10. But they cannot afford to concede. As the ball comes in, it's won by Surrey. They get it out of defensive 50. What's the whistle? It's going to be a free kick, downfield free kick. So that will certainly help them in the hands of Bacon. Bacon tries to find a teammate and does.
Over the top.
Ryan Simmons gets it over the top. He's got a man free too, and they'll go inside 50 again here. In fact, it's going to be a shot for goal. It's not going to have the legs. Can they get the mark? Oh, almost juggled there. That would have been fantastic. It was Summers. He's put it through. I don't believe it. Unbelievable stuff. He juggled the mark, but he managed to get his hands on it again. Let's watch the replay and see what happens.
Wow.
That is a stunner. Here it comes, and you can see he got up, he juggled with it, thought that the moment had gone. There looked to be the Donvale supporters coming over, but he squeezed it through, and that is a fantastic goal. And it's game on again, 18 minutes gone.
Incredible, 4 points. It's still plenty of time on the clock too. There's a long way to go in this game, and Lockie Summers again probably hasn't had the biggest afternoon, but all that matters is when you show up at this for these key moments, and second effort.
They've been very resilient here, Surrey Park.
Haig won it down to Rouser. Rouser's locked up. Rusham scores.
Yeah, Park Orchards 12-3-75, surviving a late comeback by Beaconsfield. 9-11-65, 25 minutes into the last quarter.
It's tied out here at Jubilee Park and Tormore Reserve as Haig won the tap down. Hendon tried to run onto it, couldn't. Wrapped up Kyle Wignall. Dean O'Neill calls for the ball up.
Does the momentum shift? Does this shift back into Surrey's favour?
Let's see if it does. It's locked up in the middle of Jubilee Park. Ryan Simmons won it down. Zalak locked up by Smith. They won't mind this, Donvale. Brash scores.
Final score at Bayswater. Ball when they're into the grand final. They've defeated East Ringwood 8-5-53. East Ringwood 7-8-50.
Surrey Park won the clearance. Kennedy dancing his way out of trouble, but turned it over. Getting the shot on goal is Harrison Giles. It's got the legs, not the accuracy. 5-point margin. Donvale 12-10-82. Surrey Park 11-11-77. 19 and a quarter minutes gone. Final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Best though.
That's heartbreaking for East Ringwood. It really is. They've been so good all year, but well, never mind.
They've still got next week.
Oh, they have too, so I keep forgetting about the second.
Elimination.
That's right, I keep forgetting about that. But good on Baldwin as the ball goes out. Oh, nice mark taken there by Smith. Gives it off to a teammate in Summers. Mann, sorry it is. So Mann floats it down the line, just keeping possession at the moment. There are less than a kick in it, so if they could get a goal here, Be interesting to see what sort of action they take, whether they decide to shut it up. It's probably a bit early, and that's Mundy on the far side. Jasper looking around. He hasn't got too many options to kick to at the moment. He floats it off the left bit. It's a terrible kick. Probably do with a stoppage here. That would probably be not a bad result. But wheeling around there is Vitaka, and Vitaka gets it forward. Plenty of defenders back there, but great work by Summers. He did really well, but then he gets his kick smothered on the grounds. Cries of holding the ball and a high tackle potentially as well. And the umpire's paid a free kick.
High tackle.
I thought it was a high tackle, so the umpire plays the free kick, and you can see that Lockie Summers put the hand on the head and said, what on earth is going on? Let's go down to BWS on the boundary.
He'll be shattered as well because his intended target was Ryan Simmons, who was 30 metres out with not a player in sight.
Tommy Tout will take this free kick. Far side back pocket for Donvale. Sends it to the far side wing. Nick Day in a one-on-one. Getting the small end and down to Tom Smith, who was taken high there. So they'll get an opportunity. Surrey Park got Sardis inboard. They get it to him now. He's in the middle of Jubilee Park. Got Jasper Mundy offering a lead. Taden Vitaka offering a lead longer, and Jake Summers as well. He might end in that direction now, Sardis. He does so. Summers came from the side. He might have grasped the mark. Umpire calls play on. Mann might have dribbled it through! He has! Surrey hit the front! 12-11-83. Donvale 12-10-82.
I'm
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I was waiting for a moment to say next score wins, and I reckon that's it.
Well, it's still there's a ton of time left in this game, and what a comeback! What a comeback, Ben.
I can't hear anymore.
I'm waiting for him to run down and get into Nick Murphy's face after kicking that goal after his send-off that he got when he came off. What a goal that was. The crowd is on fire down here at the moment.
There's a whistle. Sorry to all the listeners on Radio Eastland and Facebook and YouTube.
Someone's thrown a can.
Josh is paying for your new radio.
Someone's thrown a can onto the ground, so the umpires weren't happy.
Don't need that.
No.
Well, so 83-82. This has been a game and a half. Whatever happens, Zach Haig wins it out of the middle. Raw's dispossessed into the hands there of Hands, and he bangs it forward to about half forward. Up they fly, no mark taken. If they get the next one, sorry, they might be hard to stop. Ball on the grounds and bursting away from there. They get it forward. Now, who's going to get to this one first? It's Vitaka. He got worried out of it, though. The ball on the ground still. They need to get this out. It's there, falling there for almost in the hands of Kenworthy, but he couldn't quite control it. They'll get it out, but only as far. Oh, there's the captain getting his hands on it. That's a huge mark. And in fact, it's a free kick, going to be the way of Donvale. Zach Haig takes it, slams it down the grounds. Up they fly, ball gets over the top, but there's no one there for Donvale. And they've got plenty of time to just go back here. Well, now there is. Number 7 and Nick Day. The laid in for Donvale on the ground. Cries of holding the ball, nothing given. It's Glare who's got it now. Wrapped up on the ground, but the ball's still going to... In fact, he's got it.
Boundary.
Looks like he's trying to lay an egg here as we get out of the boundary with Jared Beanland.
Surrey Park very lucky there. Nick Day was shoved in the back.
Ball about to be tossed back up right in front of us. Ryan Simmons against Haig. Haig took matters into his own hands. Hendon lapped him up. Woods' handball was a good one to Smith. Smith's handball was intercepted by Haig. Calls for holding the ball, nothing doing. Day was wrapped up by Smith. He'll be pinged. Big moments from Tom Smith right there.
He stepped up in this last quarter for Smith.
What a titanic struggle this is.
Absolutely, as Bacon took the advantage, goes out wide to Connor Ryan Simmons. Got plenty of players calling for it. It goes short to Lachlan Bacon. That can take some more time off the clock, Surrey Park. Garvin calling for it short, ignores him. Might be forced to go long down the line in the direction of Jasper Mundy up against 2. Odden came in from behind. Vitaka the ground ball get. Out the back, Kenworthy gets it to Vitaka, who can't run onto it. Taps it out of bounds instead. We go down boundary side to Benmore and Smith.
Just interesting to note that each quarter has only gone between 25 and 26 minutes. We're at the 24-minute mark coming up.
It might not be too much longer left. There's boundary umpire about to toss this ball back into play. Ryan Simmons going up against Haig. Ryan Simmons has done this job well. Haig won it down. Smith might run onto it. He does now. Bursting away. Looking in the direction of Lachlan Summers. The ball is floated. Coming in from behind was Luke Wignall. Summers is there. So is Renan Fallahay, who picks it up cleanly. Burns off Wignall. Gets the handball back to Summers, who will see it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in on the far side.
Well, Wignall did a great job on Summers then. A mark could have been just about it.
So Donvale at the wrong end of the ground. They need any scorer. A point, of course, would tie it up and bring extra time into play. The goal would probably win it for them. But it's been... and there's a whistle here. Which way is this going to go? Just going to be a re-throw in. So they've got to win this clearance, Donvale, and they've basically got to go from one end of the ground to the other, which is a big ask.
Kate wants us to get the defib ready for Josh, by the way.
Yes. And our earplugs as well. The ball comes in at Zach Hague, who's had a massive game today. Slams it on the boot, but I don't think anyone's getting on the end of this. Well, in fact, the only people that are going to be Surrey Park players. Great mark taken back there. I think that might be Peters or Sardis. Not sure. Sardis, sorry. So Sardis looking around. They're in no hurry because they're in front on the scoreboard. Don't want to be trying to ice the game, and the mark is taken over there by Hendon. And he's done I think he's either done a hammy or a calf. Or if Ray was here, which he is, he'd probably tell us they've got cramp. So
he's just winded.
Just winded. So Hendon, he's the kicked out. That's right, winded, not cramp, sorry. So there it is over there on the far side with Summers. Summers gets it forward. Once again, they're back inside the 50. And time is running out. There's a kick inside. This will be interesting to see how it bounces. They can't afford to concede here, Donvale. Little handball out there. It's dangerous. They need to get out of this, and that might be gone. No, the umpire said play on. And I think it'll be a ball up. We'll just wait and see. This would be a huge call if he gives this as a free kick. But he's paid the ball up, so fair enough. Get it up, umpire. Time's not long to go. 26 minutes gone. Up it goes. There's the hit out coming the way over the top from Ryan Simmons towards goal, but it's gone through for a point. And the margin out to 2 points, 84 to 82. 26 gone.
Brush with some scores.
Final score at Tormore. Park Orchards are into the grand final. 12-3-75 defeated Beaconsfield 9-13-67.
Terrific victory from Park Orchards as Odden just decides to go long into the middle. It's the mark taken from Zalak. They have got to go now, do Donvale. Zalak has it a true centre-half back. His kick. There's the siren! Surrey Park going back-to-back!
Unbelievable.
12-12-84. Donvale 12-10-82.
What a grand final. That is unbelievable. And what a comeback. They looked done. They looked done at the start of the fourth quarter, going against the Aquanation end. And look at the scenes. This is unbelievable. Back-to-back Surrey for a side. Had such a hard run for a long time. They get some success last year, and now they back it up. They're in Division 2. Surrey Park are in Division 2.
Can someone pick Josh off the floor,
Kate
please?
Green, I need the defibrillator right now.
Cross down.
Cross down, boundary side to Ben
Down with the
Morris-Smith.
assistant coaches, guys. It must be an amazing feeling. What a comeback that was.
Oh, unbelievable. We never gave in. Never gave in. We've got a young group that just believe. This is sensational. To be in 4th Division 2 years ago, we're going to 2nd Division now. This is huge for the club. This club is growing in strength to strength. Our 19s are great. The whole atmosphere, great family club. I'm glad I'm a part of it.
Go and get amongst it. Fantastic stuff there. We'll get plenty more, guys. It's a celebration down here.
Look at the scenes in the middle of Jubilee Park. You might be able to hear on radio.
Yeah, can you hear that? The Surrey's going up, champ.
Just absolutely remarkable.
They trailed all afternoon. Until...
But they just kept coming back. That was the thing. Like every time we sort of thought that Donvale had the game, they'd get out by 3 goals. But that was the hallmark of the day. They just never, ever gave up.
Yeah, that's right, and that's unbelievable. I think we're still probably in a little bit of shock.
Cross down.
We've got a boundary down with the match winner, Jack Martin.
Well, we're with the match winner, Jack Martin. They're all around him down here. Jack, sensational. What a goal. What a team. What a club you guys are.
Mate, unbelievable. I'm fucking speechless. I don't know how I fucking managed that. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
You got a bit of a send-off before, and then you come on and kick the winner. Like, what a way.
Oh, mate, yeah. I mean... I'm speechless.
Go and enjoy it, mate.
I will,
fantastic.
Mate. I will. Thanks.
Thanks there to Ben Warren-Smith and Jack Martin. It hadn't been his day, but he came up with the biggest moment of them all, Besto.
But that's the thing about grand finals, isn't it? You can have a dog of a day, and then just one moment can decide the game, and that's what we saw with him. So I mean, we talked him up before the game. He didn't have a great day, but he'll be forever remembered now as the guy that kicked the goal, the winning goal in the grand final.
Believe it or not, gentlemen, that's the second grand final that Donvale have been beaten by 2 points in the last 3 years.
Remarkable.
Heartbreaking stuff for Donvale. Donvale. You always got to feel sorry for the losers, but
You do.
it was a great win for Surrey Park, and as I said, just the fact that they kept coming back. I mean, they just would not give up, and that's obviously, Josh, you know them better than I do, but just a real hallmark of the club, and just the joy in the face of their supporters out there, just fantastic.
Yeah,
stuff
it absolutely is. The resilience of this group is something else, and you can see the joy on the faces if you're tuning in on Facebook and YouTube. You can't wipe the grins off faces. You definitely can't wipe the grin off my face, but this club, it has been...
You're always smiling, though.
That's actually true.
The smiling assassin. We've
I appreciate that, Ben Warren Smith. But it's a terrific club. It's just a remarkable story. 10 years ago, or more than a dozen years ago, they were on a 67-game losing streak. And now they've won a Division 4 premiership and a Division 3 premiership in successive years, Besto.
It's an extraordinary story. I mean, when they came up last year, we all sort of thought, many a side has come up and struggled in the top division. And to make it great, even if they'd lost today, just to have made that grand final 2 years in a row in a higher division was an incredible performance. And the fact that they've won it is quite extraordinary.
Cross down.
Cross down to Ben Warren.
Down with Jasper Mundy, mate. Hey, what a feeling this must be all around. This is insane down here. Unbelievable stuff.
This is seriously surreal. Like, it hasn't even hit me yet. And I just love this club to bits. And we've just got the best support. And we just go over the line by just one. Seriously, in the movies. On to Div 2 we go.
Amazing stuff, mate. Congratulations. Just get around it. Enjoy yourself tonight.
Thanks, mate. I've also managed to extract Kane Hendon. Mate, you've obviously an incredible moment, an emotional moment, and it must mean so much to Surrey Park right now.
It does. Sorry, I'm lost for words. I've given it me all, and to get back playing, like, I've had a tough 12 months, to be honest, like 2 surgeries, and I didn't think I'd be back playing, but I love these boys so much. And it means the world to me, so yeah.
Mate, congratulations. Go and enjoy it.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, also down, Ryan Kennedy's down here, mate. How do you feel after that? You look absolutely knackered.
Yeah, it was an absolute slog out there, but really good 4-quarter effort from us. We knew that it was going to turn, and thank God it did, and yeah, what a finish. Unreal.
That never say die attitude just really shone through in that last quarter.
Yeah, we were pretty confident at half-time that we had plenty of legs left, and yeah, we did. So, you beauty.
Go get around it, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Unbelievable scenes down there at ground level. It's as you can see, the raw emotion from some of the players is just it's just a sight to behold. It means so much to them, and you go through the whole season, you slog it out, all those cold, wet nights in the middle of winter. You go to training and you don't want to, and it all counts for, sometimes you can get to the end of the season and not go your way, but today it's been Surrey Park's day and top marks to them. Great win.
They have done an absolutely tremendous job to build themselves up to Division 3. They picked up some handy recruits, the Summers brothers, Chris Sardis and Jack Martin in the middle of the season. They lifted their standards, and it's paid dividends. They're Division 3 premiers, and just again, the story is magnificent, Brash, isn't it?
It is. It's magnificent, but for the vanquished Donvale, this is going to be a really, really bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, especially after they didn't go up last year.
Yeah, and basically dominating this competition for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really hard, a real test for this club coming back next year in Division 3.
This is it will sting a little bit for Donvale, but they'll come back.
Boundary.
They'll be stronger than ever. Jared Beanland down on the boundary.
I've got Tatum Vitake here. Mate, this obviously means so much to the club. How does it feel for you right now?
Mate, I'm just crying out there. It's just incredible. It's incredible that from where we were three years ago, or even when I come here last year, to now.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please move away from the stage, please?
Incredible, mate. And the young
can we get to the left? Surrey Park, can we get to the left?
It's just amazing.
Please.
Also to Donvale, they put up a fucking good fight. And,
Surrey Park, can we please move to the left, please?
Absolutely, and you guys just backed yourselves, backed your fitness, kept running all day.
Yeah, no, that's it, mate. And just fucking bring on the fucking celebrations, guys.
Go and enjoy it, mate.
Couple more F-bombs thrown in there.
Yes,
that's now four now.
That's as many as we've had all year, I think, but I think we can probably excuse them on a day like today.
I mean, yeah, we can excuse them on a day like that. I think it's like, it might be 5 in the last 2 weeks after Ben Warren Smith dropped one at Orchard Park. But,
so it's absolute chaos down at the ground. We're trying to get the people to move away so that the players can come up and get their medals, but it might just take a little while. Some security... the security guards are down there, but they just can't quite get it done at the moment. So we'll just keep yakking while we wait for the ceremony to start, the pre-game ceremony. That's why we're talking too. Let's not forget we're back here, or not back here, sorry, but we've got another grand final tomorrow to decide in Division 4. So 2 big grand finals in 2 days.
Division 4, Scoresby Whitehorse.
That's right.
Bit of storylines, including one of Adam and Min, with who's 2 goals away from 100 goals. But
I tell you what, that's going to be a hard act to follow tomorrow's grand final. You're not. This is a grand final for the ages.
Yeah,
This.
that was a super game. It really was.
It absolutely. He just had momentum swings left, right, and centre. Just goal for goal, high scoring, entertaining, and unfortunately, Donvale are the vanquished in this game, but still, they're going to come back. They're going to be the benchmark, I reckon, in Division 3 next season. There's a lot of talent in that list. They've obviously, and for Surrey Park, Division 2 footy next year, who would have thought it this time 10 years ago even when...
No.
It's just remarkable.
I couldn't fathom it, Josh. Couldn't fathom it.
We go down to Benmore and Smith on the boundary.
What you'll see with the Surrey Park players is they're all switching jumpers back to the original black and white prison bars.
Which is great to see. Great stuff. As much as I love the...
Bit of jailhouse rock there.
No singing, please. I tell you what, it'll be interesting to see how they go next year because, you know, we remember, I hate to mention Hawthorn, but they went back to back to back. And of course, Surrey Park could do the same. Who knows? I mean, we didn't give them a chance of winning Division 3 this year, except for you, Josh.
No, I didn't. I had them making the grand final. I didn't have them winning it. So,
and I mean, you know, you wouldn't write them off next year either.
But they've got the under-19s through. They've got a strong base to bring players to the club as well, which they did when they went up into Division 3 this year. They'll be able to do that. There's a lot of ex-Surrey Park juniors across the AFNL or across Metro Victoria as well. So they're certainly got a building base to. They might not make the. It wouldn't surprise me if they make the impact.
One last request, please move back from the podium.
Once again, get an announcement from Mike Tentman.
Surrey Park, please move
Cross down.
Cross down to Benmore and Smith on the boundary.
I'm down with Jake Summers. What a legend this guy is. A multiple premiership player, and now at Surrey Park. This must mean a lot, mate.
It's still sinking in, mate. Honestly, I thought we were done. And our boys just fought and fought and fought. We knew Donvale were going to be hard, and bang, we've done it. It just feels surreal, mate.
What a comeback as well. Like the multiple times throughout the game when you were down and out, but that leg speed and that just that belief, just so alive here. And this atmosphere down here, never seen anything like it, mate.
Yeah, we knew we had the fitness. We just had to stick with them. We couldn't let that margin get too big. And I mean, look at this. What a community. What a club. It's unreal.
Love the strip show as well. You're back in the normal Guernseys. Enjoy the party, mate.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
So the big man Jake Summers played his part today.
Welcome.
Let's go down to the
Division
presentations.
3 Eastland Senior Grand Final presentations. Commemorations to Donvale, benchmark team for the whole competition. Unlucky today, but you should be all happy of the way your season went. And to Surrey Park, back-to-back premiers in 2024. A truly remarkable story that's coming through. They will go into Division 2 next year. I'd like now to invite Tim Finnimore to present the premiership medallions and the best on ground medal. The best on ground medal, the Perth James medal from Surrey Park. Number 10, Tom Smith.
What a career he's put together to date, and another best on ground medal for this superstar of the Surrey Park lineup.
He was
Tom
terrific.
Smith.
He came into the game later, didn't he? Sort of after a bit of a quiet first half, maybe, but his second half was colossal.
He plays with a maturity beyond his years, Tom Smith.
He does.
He has got so much poise, so much time.
Alrighty, let's get these medal presentations underway with number 1, Sam Nadu.
Serviceable in midfield. One of those players coming through the Surrey junior system. Looked like he had the job on James Rouse. Did
Number
a
2,
decent job.
Angus Sutherland.
And
I thought Dordovic probably had the better of him on the day, but Angus stuck to his guns, Josh.
But what a story Angus Sutherland
Yeah.
is. 19th premiership
Number
last
3,
year, senior this
Jack
year.
Mahan.
So Jack, of course, will be remembered for kicking the big goal that won them the game. Didn't have probably as big a day as he would have wanted, but he won't care. Look at that, he's absolutely pumped, as you can see if you're watching the coverage.
Number 4, Kane Hendon.
What a story this guy has been. Come back from Doncaster, like he said, he suffered knee reconstructions and now he's rewarded.
Number 7, Renan Filali.
He was a star in last year's grand
Renan
final
Filali.
too.
Renan
Falahay.
But he is an exciting prospect for Surrey Park is Fallahay. Had some
And number
moments.
10, the best on ground medal, Tom Smith.
He was brilliant, Tommy. As I say, he did some good things in the first half, but he really cut loose in the second half. And just his silkiness through that midfield, and he just looked so good every time he got the football.
Number
Used
11,
it so well.
George Haynes.
What a stalwart in defence George Haynes was.
I thought he did a great job on Nick Murphy after that initial.
After the initial
Number 13, Ryan Kennedy.
Another stalwart, and a much longer stalwart at Surrey Park.
I know his parents, Anne and Adrian, will be absolutely tickled pink with this.
Number 14, Jasper Mundy.
Actually, this guy was probably my second best on the ground.
He was.
He had a phenomenal game.
He
If
did.
he had kicked a couple of more goals, he's walking away with the medal.
I agree.
Number 15, Jake Summers.
Now 3 premiership medals for Jake. This one would mean a bit more back
He's
at his
probably,
junior club.
like he said, he's probably in disbelief, really.
Number 18, Lachlan Summers.
And the Summers brothers to do it together as well, Besto.
Absolutely, would have meant a lot to them to win a premiership together, as have brothers between before them.
Kicked that marvellous goal in the last quarter.
Jamie Glare.
Jamie Glare.
Showed some promise as well on a wing and up in the attacking half.
Number 20, Nick Can.
Nick Can was good. I thought he played really well today.
He fought through thick and thin despite some injuries, concerns.
Yeah.
Number 21, Jack McLaren.
Jack unfortunately didn't make it to the grand final, but was an integral part of the side as the year progressed. But a deserved winner with a medal as well. It'd be a bittersweet
Number
feeling for him,
23,
wouldn't it?
Chris Sardis.
Absolutely.
He's been terrific since coming across Chris Sardis.
He was good today.
He was
Especially in that second half.
Number 24, Lachlan Peters.
Thought he was very good down in that back line today, Josh.
Very handy centre half back. The vice captain and a young leader is Peters.
Number 27, Callum Garvin.
He's been around the club for a little while. The Garvin family's becoming very synonymous with the
Number
exploits at Surrey
33,
Park.
Jack Woods.
Missed seniors last year, comes into the lineup this year. And a terrific defender, Jack Woods.
Number 36, Taden Fataka.
Interesting game from Fataka, wasn't it?
It was.
He's
Had some nearly moments, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did. He still kicked 3 goals.
Number 40, Sam Potter.
He went out in the midway through the season, but for the first year and a half of his senior career was absolutely terrific. Porter.
Could do with
Number
a new pair of
52,
jeans on.
Chris Allison.
I thought he toiled manfully in the ruck against Hay. Don't know if he won the duel.
No, I think Hay got the better of him, but he tried hard all day.
Number
definitely.
53, Connor Ryan Simmons.
He's a pretty decent story as well. Connor Ryan Simmons started out playing reserves, made his way into the senior lineup and made an impact as well.
Assistant coach, David Miller.
There's something about that Ryan Simmons I like. I reckon we're going to see a lot more of him.
Absolutely. And Dave Miller, assistant coach, first time this season for Surrey Park. Done a terrific job.
Assistant coach, Michael Paolini.
Well, Michael's obviously, he's a legend of the Surrey Park Football Club.
He's clearly one of Blake's favourites.
Assistant coach, Jeff Hendon.
The father of
Kane, I'm
Kane.
assuming. I was just going to ask that. Yeah.
The father of Kane, and he's always there, is Jeff, and does a terrific job on the sidelines alongside the likes of Dave Miller. And
The runner, Riley Tempany.
Well, he's
Another former player.
He's
yeah,
a
really
stalwart.
good player. Yeah.
he's a stalwart and someone who did really good stuff in Division 4, missed this season due to injury, but still did a terrific job as
And
a
the
runner.
trainer, Eleanor McKenzie.
Well, can't do without a trainer.
Her and the Surrey Park trainers, alongside the likes of Dave Garvin, do a terrific job.
Unsung heroes, aren't they? Do all the-
Absolutely.
yep.
Good on you.
And now, Premiership captain, Lachlan Bacon.
He fought hard, did Lachlan Bacon. in and under at times. Terrific leader.
Stay up stage, Lachlan. And now, Surrey Park fans, your premiership coach, James Kentworthy.
And what a job he's done, James Kenworthy.
He has done a phenomenal job since
James, could I please say a couple of words, please?
No, can you say a couple of words?
First off to Colo, Donvale Football Club, absolutely amazing organisation. Dev boys won the granny today. You guys have been absolutely terrific the last 3-4 years, so hold your heads high. To the umpires and the EFNL, putting on a great day today. And lastly, to the whole Surrey community. There's a lot of people that couldn't be here today. I'm sure they're watching live stream. We did it for you and for the boys. We're back to back, baby.
Can't be an easy job being a player.
And now,
coach.
could I please invite Tim
No.
Finnemore to present the 2024 Premiership Cup back-to-back Surrey Park.
You can sing, Josh, it's all right.
I'm not singing, I'll sing later.
I tell you what, the traffic's going to be pretty wild and woolly down Elgar Road, Canterbury Road tonight, Josh.
Oh, I'm going to have a heck of a time trying to find... Well, luckily for me, place is right around the corner, but it is going to be the place to be. Surrey Park versus the Panthers. Back-to-back premiers, Division 3 premiers. And what a story it is.
It's just an unbelievable story. You couldn't have scripted this any better, really, could you?
Absolutely not. And we kept saying they were always getting close to Donvale. They were cutting the margin. Now they were able to cut the margin and win out with Surrey Park. And it's their second premiership. They're under 19s, Division 1 19s are through to a grand final, so they have the chance of winning 3 premiership. But the senior women's and the senior men's are premiers in season 2024. And what a story. And
Tell you what, good call by our media manager. He got the closest to the pin,
did.
mate.
He did really well. As Jared Beanland were joined by you.
I think BWS actually tipped it by 2. I think he tipped the right margin.
I think
he was telling me anyway.
I think he did actually tip them by 2 points.
Yeah, Ryan was 1 and BWS was 2. He's going to tell us that now. He's going
BWS, did you tip Surrey Park by 2 points?
Surrey Park by 2 points today.
You're a genius, but Warren Smith, maybe you're the oracle.
Oh, maybe. I don't think so. I'm not that clever, am I, Brash? That is the best. That is the best atmosphere down there, isn't it, Jared? Like, I've been around this league for 16 years now, and like I have not been around that on a ground level before. It is absolutely sensational, and what a great call by the boys as well up here.
And again, I apologise to all Facebook,
YouTube,
YouTube,
right,
and 98.1 listeners.
What did you do?
Absolutely screamed the
Oh,
mic
no,
off.
that's allowed in a game like this. And I tell you what, Besto, you've been hanging out for one of these ones as well, haven't you?
It was a terrific game, and it was nice to get a close one. Albeit a little bit of my heart was with Donvale. But look, they won last year, and I'm really pleased for the Surrey Park and my old mate Joshy here to get up and win that one. And full credit to them. I mean, two premierships in consecutive seasons, and the world's their oyster. Look out Division 2 next year.
Yeah, they're going to come charging in Division 2, I reckon, this Surrey Park lineup. But look, this for the Surrey community.
It's such a story, and you can tell it was written on the faces of the players down there. I'm sure it came through on the vision, especially when I spoke to Kane Hendon, and I don't think we got Tatum Vitaka on the camera, but he was so emotional, and that's I just think that speaks to how much this means to everyone down there, and the supporters as well, the volunteers, everyone down there. Involved with Surrey Park. They've obviously worked very hard for this, and it's paid off.
It will mean a lot, so much to the Surrey Park Football Club, as we're now joined by Matt Spider Lee. What do you make of that contest, Spider?
Incredible game of footy. Like, that was one of the most enjoyable games of local footy I have seen in many years. That just had so many twists, turns, but as we talked about pre-game and at half-time, you just wear the opponent down, and the top dog got worn down. It was simple, and full credit to Surrey Park. They fully deserve their premiership. And Josh, I know you've got the biggest smile on your face,
absolutely
and
do.
And look, but you call with passion, and I think that's what really sticks out. But it's because you have passion for that footy club, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can have passion for your footy club. You know, it's that's what it's about. Footy, we love it, and we do it, and we do this job because we really enjoy it coming and watching. So for you to get the opportunity to call a grand final for a club that you have invested interest in, I think it's fantastic that you get the opportunity, one, to call it, but then to soak it all up too, and you will tonight. So
I absolutely will.
You'll have,
you might not see me at Eastland.
His liver will be soaking it all up.
You might not see me at Eastland tomorrow.
You'll get another sip out of a cup.
We probably will see him at Eastland Wood. But he'll be the one passed out on the oval.
Exactly. No, we just want you to behave. We just want you to behave yourself. But look, it was just an outstanding game of footy. I mean, both sides. It was an arm wrestle. From the start of the game, we thought, well, 3 goals, Donvale, they're out of the box early, but they just composed themselves. Surrey Park, they got themselves back on their terms. They got back into the game, and they just worked and worked and worked. And in the end, they got the ultimate result because they just never gave up. They didn't. Nothing fazed them during the match. Even when Donvale did take control, they just said, no, we're not lying down. And then they stood up in the key moments, in the big moments in the last few minutes, and to get that result.
And not only
amazing.
And not only that, but they also backed in their decision making. They backed in searching for the corridor. They backed in playing on at all costs. They backed in their run, and they backed in their fitness as well, and the risk, exactly.
Yeah. And risk and fitness, and the fatigue factor came in for Donvale. There's no question about it, and they just ran out of ideas. They didn't have that plan B and C, whereas Surrey Park did. They dared to dream, and they've got the ultimate result, and they got to the finish line, like we said in the racing team. They got them by a nose.
Spare a thought for Caleb Jordovic as well, who had an incredible day. The young man, he kicked 4 goals, which was a fantastic performance. But Surrey Park, they'll be celebrating for the next month, I reckon.
I will be.
Yeah,
well, I don't know about.
But this gives a great opportunity for this footy club, Surrey Park, now to really set the template for their future. They've got a great junior program, and they've got development. But now they can take it really seriously, and they can take their footy club where they choose to go. So they're now going to take that step to Division 2, and they're a serious footy club now, with ultra respect within the Eastern Football Netball League. And now that they're really saying to people, we're making a statement, and we're on the way up, and they'll be competitive straight away. They'll need a few things over the summer, but they can now go out and they can set the foundations and the strategic plan for the future.
Yeah, they'll go out with genuine optimism. Like a lot of clubs obviously go up and you think, it might be a bit beyond them, but they'll go out with genuine optimism that they're going to be competitive, not just there to make up the numbers.
Yeah, and it gives them a long-term view for them to set some realistic goals where they want to be in 3 to 5 years' time. It really does with all those junior players coming through.
It does. This is an incredible story. As you said, the 19s are through to a grand final as well next week. The women won just a couple of weeks ago. This club everything is just falling together, and I think as
they were shutting the doors 10 years ago.
Yeah, they were.
They didn't have players to turn up and play in the reserves. And I know, speaking to people there was times where there was dark days. I remember going down there and there was not many people at training. There was crisis meetings. They were talking to people from outside of their club to come down to their club and to help them and give them feedback and advice to get them onto the right path. So it's great that they've been able to flip the page, now create some history of their own, and they've really taken their club to another level 10 years later. Wow, back to back.
Brash, you've got some final scores?
Yeah, just repeating the final scores. Park Orchards move into the grand final against a gallant Beaconsfield, 12-3-75. Beaconsfield with 5 goals to 2 in the last quarter, just fell short, 9-13-67. And at Bayswater, in a titanic struggle, ball winner into the grand final, 8-3-51, defeating East Ringwood 7-8-50.
So a big couple of results.
How many flags have ball won? Bryce, you'd know that.
I think they've won about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Well, they won the 3. They won the 3 in a row, didn't they? And then they won the other one, so they'll be going for 5 flags. Yep.
But just before, obviously, we've got a few minutes left, so just to summarise, I'm actually going to finish up here and going to watch the replay of that last quarter because I'm still trying to work out how they came from that deficit and found a way to win because that's an incredible performance.
I can say this safely. They'll have that on the screen out at Surrey
Park.
They'll be watching that last quarter on repeat for the next
Josh, your voice will be ringing through the halls of Surrey Park.
I reckon they set the intent after half time.
They did.
They set the tone. They set the agenda from the minute they came back on the field and kicked that goal in the third quarter. Donvale were just playing just seemed like they were coasting, I thought.
They were flat and at times, and they didn't seem like the leaders were really dragging the group together, and the leaders didn't stand up when they needed to in the big moments. The difference was the Surrey Park leaders, the experienced players, they galvanised those younger players and they brought them along for the ride. That's what you've got to do. It's great leadership, but it's almost better coaching too, and that's why James Kenworthy is not only a playing premiership coach, but he's back to back.
And they're going out into the middle, the Surrey Park players, to sing the song once more. They'll be singing it into the night, all the Panther boys, and it's just...
Well, you've got the right to go down there and obviously...
And let loose?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, go on, Josh.
As the boys down at ground level might try and capture that. Blake, look at him run to get downstairs to
well, they were at balcony level, not ground level.
An image of fitness is Blake.
An image of fitness.
I wouldn't say that.
And look, and obviously we haven't got the cameras out on ground level at the moment, but Jack Mahon there with the cup in hand.
Great story.
Great story, yes.
Halfway through the year, was playing footy up in Noosa.
Yep.
Made the decision to come home due to some family commitments and things that he wanted to do back here. Chose
match winner.
Yeah, chose Surrey Park and absolute match winner and premiership player.
Yeah,
it's a great story.
And playing alongside Kane Hendon as well, who they've played juniors alongside one another, played at Doncaster for all those years. They're pretty close, those two, and it'll mean a lot for them to play alongside one another as they're getting a photo in the middle of Jubilee Park. But this, and some of these players, Renan Fallahay, Nick Can, Lachlan Peters, Tom Smith, all those players coming through in 2022, playing in the senior lineup for the first time that year. You look at the likes of Carl Garvin, Sam Naidu, all players who have played alongside one another. It's such a community. It is such a community.
Well, it's a connected club, and that's what's really important. They play for each other, and they play in great spirit, and they play for the jumper that they're wearing, and everything they do it as one big playing group and one club. It's a very united front.
Can they make it 3 from 4 next week, though? It's going to be a challenge against Park Orchards, but it's still for 4 out of their 5 sides to make a grand final, for all 5 sides.
It's historic, isn't it?
It is.
And if they can get that under-19s premiership, it would be another feather in their cap and just cap off a beautiful season.
And Josh, we haven't got Dill Smith with us this year, so I think it looks like you'll be directing the new Surrey Park documentary, part 2, the sequel.
Yes,
part two will be even better, I reckon.
Actually, I'm not sure. I think it was. I'm assuming it was you, Ryan, who put that little preview piece together.
Yes.
During the week, that was outstanding. I watched that yesterday. Well done, mate.
No, thank you. And Jad, of course, was part of that as well. Who's done a great job. And it looks like we're about to come to a close.
Yeah, it's just down here. They're just all. It's all about Instagram snaps and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, just taking photos.
And do you know how filthy Blake is that he's got to walk all the way back now?
I'll just wait. And
He's calling you back.
And there are people calling me down now. I'm just going to wait off for a little bit while we're still on air. But I think that might just about do us, Besto.
I think it is. Yeah, we better start wrapping up because we've got about 40-odd seconds. What a great day it's been out here. Division 3, we get to do it all again tomorrow with Division 4. Of course, we had Matt Spider-Lee, who was on pre-game.
It's as good as that. It'll be beautiful tomorrow.
Well done to you, mate. Ryan
Thanks,
Logan, media manager, on special
Thanks,
comments. Blake, of course, Blake Tennant. Brash, he's been keeping an eye on all the scores and providing special comments today. Megan Green, who always does a superb job on the camera. Lee Green, well, he does okay, I suppose.
What a production it's been today. Well done, Lee and
Absolutely
LKLM Media.
magnificent.
Fantastic.
Team of several. I won't name them all at the end of the Premier Finals.
My co-commentator today, Josh Wood. Joshy, well done to you, mate. Great call, and congratulations on your win.
Absolutely.
It's been a fantastic day out here. We'll see you tomorrow for Division 4.
Joy.